everyone. And the August 11th, 2026 business meeting of the Douglas County School District Board of Education is now called to order. So we'll begin with roll call. Director Callahan?
Here.
Director Densler?
Here.
Director Geiger?
Here.
Director Meek? Here. Director Parker?
Here.
Director Ryan?
Here.
And Director Thompson is running a few minutes late. So we have a quorum. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Great, thank you. We will now move right into our DCSD spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, I personally am very excited about tonight's spotlight. First of all, welcome everyone to the 26-27 school year. It's great to see so many familiar faces in the audience. Tonight, we are going to recognize some of the partners and staff who helped create the DCSD Senior Gold Card Program. DCSD's Gold Card Program, launched in January of 2025, has grown to nearly 2,400 members and counting. And the program received the 2026 Golden Achievement Award from the National School Public Relations Association last month. So when I call your name, please come on up to the front. First of all, many thanks to our partners at Advent Health. So I'd like to invite Michelle Fuentes, Sheridan Brisso, and Lisa Hinton from Advent Health to come join me up here. Thanks for being here. All right, and then of course from our very own DCSD Communications Department, I would like to invite up Amy Fissner. Come on up, Amy. Jason Hackett and Jan Reagan. Come join us up front, please. Where is Jason? Oh, Jason's recording. Okay, well, you got out of it for now. Thank you so much to each of you and all that you've done to make our Senior Gold Card program a reality. This is such an incredible, meaningful program for us. It brings our senior citizens closer to our school district and the children that we serve. We're able to engage with members of our community that we don't get to see as often as we would love. And we're able to bring them into our schools, to our events, to our athletics and activities. And so speaking of athletics and activities, I also want to invite Brad Whittakis up. Brad has been instrumental in talking to our senior citizens and also just talking to our schools about how important it is to let our senior citizens attend athletic events and theater events, performing arts events. So it's been really a great partnership, and we're really grateful for all of you. So now I'm going to pass the microphone and let you all talk about what this program means for you.
I do. I had to prepare coming off the ribbon cutting, which was amazing. So I did. Okay. And also, sorry, I forgot to put my readers on everyone. We're at that age. I want to thank Advent Health so much for partnering. You know, this was Superintendent Kane's brainchild, and we came to you, and you didn't even bat an eye. You were like, yes, we're in, we're doing it. So it's just amazing. We could not do it without you. And the older adults love the classes that Advent Health offers. We actually have one next week and it's sold out, so that's amazing. Athletics and activities, they are the front lines of this program. I mean, really, it is the booster parents that are, accepting the gold cards. It's the student athletes that gold card members want to see. It's the athletic directors. The level of coordination that goes into it is just huge. So thank you for making that a reality. And then our communications team, Jan, you branded it, Jason, I mean, just everyone, Stacy, our entire team is just amazing. And we field the calls from the older adults that call and they want to know, how do I get into the DCCV game? So just amazing. But most of all, we love this program because it's more than a card, it's a connection. And bringing older adults into our schools to cheer on our students, attend performances and activities. They are part of our DCSD community, and just that intergenerational engagement that's happening is the most beautiful thing to see. So it takes a village, and the village is here. So love it.
Would
Jan.
That's really well said.
Goodness, okay. Hi. So, I mean, we were just so honored that you guys approached us to be a part of this program, and it's been wonderful working with you, Amy, and just, finding what we can connect with the adults in our community, and so we're just honored to be a big part of this program. So thank you so much for including us. It's been an honor.
And we just want to thank you all again. And Amy mentioned that the program was my brainchild. And the story is that 2 seconds after she got hired, I was like, I want to do this senior gold card thing where we let them all in for free. Go. And here we are a year later with 2,400 members. So really, really remarkable, really great work. It's so nice to be the person who can be like, go. So I appreciate all of you so much, your partnership. My comms team, you guys are amazing. So thank you so much. President Meek is going to give everyone some certificates. Would you mind taking a picture? I don't know if Stacy, oh, she's on it. Never mind, I didn't see her. She's on it.
Thank you very much. And this little award, should I hand it to you?
A little something you guys can put on the desk. Yeah. I love that so much. All right, picture time. Thank you so much again. And that concludes our spotlight.
All right, we will move into the acceptance of agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the agenda. The motion is now open for discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
And Director Ryan?
Aye.
All right, it passes 6-0. And now we'll move right into the superintendent reports.
Great, thank you so much. The 26-27 school year officially begins for most of our schools tomorrow. I, along with all of our board directors, will be up early. We have media at Highlands Ranch High School tomorrow, so we'll be kicking off the school year across the metro area right here in Douglas County Schools. Teams made up of cabinet, board directors, and executive directors of schools will be out visiting all of our schools on their first day. We love that first day energy, and we love to welcome back all of our children. The Foundation for Douglas County Schools led another successful Lend a Hand school supply drive this summer. Actually, the president was just here. Earlier this month, they reported that they were on track to provide over 1,500 backpacks filled with age-appropriate school supplies and materials to students across the district. This summer, DCSD once again partnered with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office for more I-5 events. These community bicycle safety events, which took place at Chaparral High School and Castleview High School, were a huge success. Hundreds of families came out to participate, and many Douglas County kids learned about road and bike safety while having a blast. And for those of you who don't know, the reason it's called the IEYE 5 event is that instead of students giving someone a high five, they have to give a driver an I-5, where they actually make eye contact with the driver before crossing a street. The annual Perseverance Scholarship Golf Tournament was a huge success last month. The annual golf tournament raises funds for the Perseverance Scholarship for DCSD graduates, and is also an opportunity for DCSD staff to connect prior to the start of the 26-27 school year. This year, nearly $26,000 was raised through this sold out golf tournament. Thank you to the Foundation of Douglas County Schools for their partnership in this event. Thank you to our many administrators who came out to golf. Thank you to my own team, because I feel like we had the best year we've ever had, so that was really great. We didn't win, but still we had a great year. On bond updates, we have been doing work at 64 schools and 2 regional stadiums over the summer. Bond updates are available on the interactive bond map at funding.dcsdk12.org. Thank you to our schools and to our families with your patience for some remaining construction. It is absolutely crazy to do projects at 64 schools over the course of 2.5 months. Upcoming ribbon cutting events and topping out or beam signing ceremonies include we just cut the ribbon on phase 2 of the Legacy Campus right before this meeting. It was really, really exciting and well attended. Mountain Peak Elementary's ribbon cutting will be Thursday, August 13th at 4:30 p.m. Golden Ridge Elementary's will be Monday, August 17th at 8:15 a.m. Silver Spruce Elementary will be Monday, August 17th at 8:30 a.m. Cloverleaf School, which has moved to Highlands Ranch, will have 3 ribbon cuttings to accommodate all of their families. So one on Tuesday, August 18th at 8:45 in the morning, one on Wednesday, August 19th at 8:45, and one on Thursday, August 20th at 8:45. Douglas County High School's cosmetology program will have their ribbon cutting on Wednesday, August 19th. We are so excited to welcome more students to our cosmetology program. Sierra Middle School's topping out ceremony will be Friday, August 21st at 4 p.m. Elementary 51 in Sterling Ranch will be Monday. This is their topping out. It's not done yet. The topping out will be Monday, August 24th at 4 p.m. Highlands Ranch High School's automotive programs grand ribbon cutting will be Thursday, September 10th at 4. And finally, the topping out for Elementary 50 in Lyric will be September 29th at 4. So you can see just by the list of grand openings how much has been happening over the summer. And I do want to shout out and recognize Chief Operations Officer Jackie Millay and her entire team for all the work and coordination, because nothing ever goes right with construction. So, and I think all of our families get that construction is challenging. All right, and that concludes the superintendent updates for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. We will start public comment next. As you all know, public comment is a very important part of our democratic process, and the board values hearing from students, families, staff, and community members. Each registered speaker tonight will have up to 3 minutes to address the board. To support a respectful and productive environment and to model for our students the civil discourse we expect, we ask all speakers to address comments directly to the board rather than to staff, individual audience members, or guests. Keep remarks appropriate for a K-12 educational audience and refrain from discussions of all personnel matters, which are more appropriate for executive sessions. Just a reminder, public comments are public records. All board meetings are recorded and posted on the district's website in accordance with open meeting laws. And board members do not respond during public comment portion of the meeting, but the board may follow up afterwards or have the superintendent follow up as well. If everyone who's giving public comment tonight could just make your way down to the front row. It takes a little bit of time to make your way down here. I think we have all in-person public commenters this evening. We always start with our students and then move into the adult public commenters. And for tonight, we will start with Jeremiah Gansey, followed by Nevaeh Gansey. And if you wouldn't mind just adjusting the microphone to make sure we can hear you okay. We will begin with Mr. Gansey.
Am I good to start?
No problem, take your time.
Hello, Douglas County School Board. I'm sure it's a bother to hear our concerns once again, but we come here with purpose. For those who don't know, the past 3 years we've been disputing issues of racial harassment in Douglas County schools, as well as fighting for proper punishment for those who participate in such action. As I speak here today, we still have yet to see a proper policy change that distinguishes a hate crime from bullying. Quickly, I'd like to distinguish the two to help support my point. Bullying is unwanted, repeated aggressive behavior, while hate crime is assault or harassment that occurs based on prejudice toward protected social groups. I think it should be clarified that hate crime is a form of bullying, but bullying at base level is far less severe than a hate crime. Hate crime is a far worse offense and should be punished and defined by the district more thoroughly. Once again, we kindly propose you provide a clear definition of hate crime in your handbooks, provide more punishment for those who participate in hate crime, train staff on how to properly stop, report, and punish it, and allow advocacy for those affected. For over 1,200 days, my mother and us kids have been fighting this battle. I want to remind everyone here that I am one of many examples of how discrimination impacts people's lives. I'm a different Jeremiah from when I walked the halls of Castle Rock Middle, and what happened there didn't just make me feel excluded, it made me feel less than human. I feel it's your job as a district and our job as a community to pull together and make these schools and this world safer for tomorrow. And the fact that we lack these protections allows for people to get away with a punishment too small for a crime so significant. Please strongly consider an update to your policies.
Thank you, Mr. Gansey. Next, we have Nevaeh Gansey, followed by Lacey Gansey.
Okay, are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, Douglas County. I've been up here a few times prior, but it somewhat feels different because I've now worked for a school district and can say that it is imperative you acknowledge the concerns of students, especially with this time that we're in now in the world. Students won't go to you with the concerns when there is no established safe space or adult. As a former student and my family being former students, I feel the district lacks that safe adult and safe environment and training on how to treat students' concerns, especially when it comes to discrimination. The result of growing up in this kind of environment is harmful to a child's perception on what is and isn't a safe space and what is and isn't discrimination. As a district or an administrative staff, you take upon a responsibility of not only a child's education, safety, but their well-being, and it's your job to show students how to be amazing individuals and build healthy relationships with peers. Not acknowledging a student's concerns shows that you cannot uphold that responsibility as a district. It also shows that students that when problems arise, that the best thing to do for them is to become completely avoidant to them until they become unfixable. Because you do not care enough about the student to address certain concerns and problems and issues they have. The resources you have provided, I feel, should be updated, as well as the staff should be given proper training on how to support students with concerns, problems, and issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gansey. Next, we have Lacey Gansey.
Good evening. Tonight, instead of spending 3 minutes telling you what happened to my son, I'm going to let Jeremiah tell you himself. In March of 2023, before I knew what was happening, before April 20th, before attorneys and before a federal lawsuit, my 14-year-old 8th grader reached out to this district through a student safety and concern line all on his own. I didn't even know he had done it. So tonight I want you to hear the voice that should have mattered from the very beginning in the words of the incredible Jeremiah Gansey, my son, my baby, and one of the bravest young men I know. This is exactly what, at 14 years old, my son sent to your district long before some of you were here. Hello, I am a student at Castle Rock Middle School, and recently I've experienced many instances and suspicious of racial discrimination from students and teachers, and I feel it's starting to become a problem across the school district for me and many others. I have constantly been racially profiled and offended by students at CRMS. They often use racial slurs near me and many others thinking it's funny, and it makes me feel uncomfortable and unwanted in my own school. I've asked multiple times for it to stop to no avail, and it comes from everyone, and I've been hearing slurs and stereotypes from the other kids who go to school in the area as well. It is a problem the school is also aware of, and I have heard the staff at a meeting was held on the subject. They have still yet to talk to any of the students about it. It is no one in particular, it is everyone. It is not just today, it is every day. There is even to be times when staff will be in the area and such discrimination takes place and nothing is done about the matter. I feel that our school, with many others, could use some redirection on how we treat the students. I'm just disappointed that this happens so often, and if it keeps coming from students, it's paving the path of students in previous grades, and it may never be fixed. I just ask that hate speech be taken more seriously in our district to make the environment more welcoming for students now and in the future. And the sad part is we're in the future. With that being said, Jeremiah, I need you to know something tonight on public record. Your voice mattered then and it matters now. You did your part, you spoke up when you were a child, and somehow you were already thinking beyond yourself. Asking this district to do better students for now and the future is not too much to ask. And well, Douglas County, as I said, the future is here. That 8th grader is now a senior, and I'm still being told that my request for policy change is being taken under advisement.
15 seconds
I
remaining.
advocated this new board because I believed in leadership, and I understand you inherited this. But eventually when you inherit, it becomes what you choose to continue, and I ask for you to provide me with answers because no one is advocating for my child. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. Gansey. Next, we have Allison Sullivan, followed by Judy Holden, and then Kim Monson. Allison Sullivan.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak, for your willingness to listen, and also for your dedication to Douglas County. Truly, I'm grateful. My name is Allison Sullivan. I'm the principal of Bear Canyon Elementary, and I'm here tonight to voice my support for putting the MLO on the November ballot. So as a school leader, two of my highest priorities is keeping Bear Canyon safe and hiring exceptional staff. These priorities are connected. To ensure that our students are safe, learning, and thriving, we must be able to attract and retain the very best professionals. So I want to briefly share with you my experience hiring last year. Bear Canyon, I'm proud to say, is a highly performing school. We've earned both the John Irwin Excellence Award and the Governor's Distinguished Award. We have a reputation for a very strong community. So I'm usually incredibly confident in my ability to hire well, but despite all that, it's become increasingly difficult. So last year we had a position, a very visible staff position in our school that was posted for over a year, and we were unable to hire. We interviewed several times, found highly qualified candidates, offered the position, and had that offer turned down 4 times due to compensation. Our last candidate left and went to Cherry Creek for $3 more an hour. That was a hard one. I also experienced similar challenges with 2 other positions. There's candidates that we just fell in love with. They were excited to verbally accept the offer. And then when the compensation that they received was significantly lower than they expected and lower than our neighboring districts, they were delayed in accepting the position. It created frustration and uncertainty about whether we were able to ultimately hire the best candidates. Now, I understand that compensation is truly complicated, and I really am grateful to our HR, our compensation director, Superintendent Kane, our district leadership, and you, the Board of Educators. I know that you're working hard to address these gaps, and the work is necessary. Our kids truly, they deserve to know that we are doing everything that we possibly can to ensure that the adults that are in the building are the best adults we can to ensure our safety, mental health, and education. And I really believe, you know, the MLO, it may not pass, and I understand that, and then we'll have to figure out how to address that challenge, but I believe that our community deserves the opportunity to make that decision for itself.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you for listening to the perspective of one of your leaders. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Next, we have Judy Holden, followed by Kim Monson.
Good evening, board members. My name is Judy, excuse me, and I'm here to request approval for us to put Alliance of Therapy Dogs back into the Douglas school system. My dog, excuse me, my dog Harley and I are a certified dog team through Alliance, and it's a national recognized organization that's been 30 years of experience providing safe, structured therapy dog services. Excuse me again. We follow ATD guidelines, Alliance of Therapy Dogs, safety protocols, and ethical standards. In your packet that I've given you, that she has, our code of ethics are in there, our rules, our regulations, our mission statement, our member handbook, and all documentation verifying Harley's training, excuse me, temperament testing, and team certification. Alliance of Therapy Dogs also carries a $5 million liability insurance and covers every visit with every incident. The benefits of a therapy dog in elementary school is well documented. Research shows therapy dogs can reduce student cortisol levels by up to 30%, increase reading fluency by 12 to 20%, and improve emotional regulation with 40% fewer outbursts. In addition to therapy visits, Harley and I plan to partner with teachers to provide short, structured lessons about dogs, including feeding, care basics, identifying different parts of the dog, understanding canine body language. These lessons will help the students build empathy, responsibility, and safe interaction skills, reinforcing social emotional learning. My goal is to support the emotional well-being and learning in the Douglas County Schools students in a way that's safe, structured, and backed by nationally recognized organization. Excuse me. When I received Harley back in 2023, I had done research with Douglas County and went to your pamphlet that is in your pamphlet, and in 2020, you guys approved Alliance of Therapy, so I moved forward with that company because it's $5 million liability and a well-established company. For some reason in 2026, it's been taken out and only pet partners is allowed. I'm not sure I understand that. I can't get answers. And they only have a $1 million liability. So I'm asking for Douglas County to support us and bring us back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holden. Next, we have Kim Monson, followed by Chris Stairs, and then Diana Simpson. Ms. Monson.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. My name is Kim Munson, and I am the host of the Kim Munson Show on KLZ 560 AM, where we search for truth and clarity by looking at these issues through the lens of freedom versus force, force versus freedom. And I was at a meeting at one of the local high schools. Hold on here. There we go. With earlier this spring. And I think as community members, as parents and grandparents, that we think that our schools are teaching our children so that they can pursue their happiness, so that they can flourish, so that they can focus on these virtues of kindness, integrity, responsibility, courage, wonder, moderation, justice, prudence, gratitude, and wisdom. I was dismayed when I was in one of the Douglas County high schools to come in and we were going to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and there was no American flag in the classroom. But what there was probably a 3x5 pride flag with the letters ALLY on that. So I went home and did a search to find out what that was. And what it is that is supporting students that ally with the pride flag. And the flags that we put up tell a lot about who we are. And I was thinking that each child that comes into that classroom every day is in a way indoctrinated, not in pursuing their happiness, but in pursuing hedonism. It's been on my heart to talk with you about this. And what happened is I received the note in the mail regarding the MLO. And I would like to register my opposition on this for several reasons. First of all, property taxes are too high in our country, but in Douglas County. Secondly, enrollment has been down for the last 7 years and is projected to go down again. Our CMAS scores, while they are some of the best in the state, still are leaving our kids behind. 36% of the kids, I believe it's in in English language arts, are not proficient. 45% of our students are not proficient in math. I think that parents, community members expect better results on that. And then compensation for the upper echelon is too high. Over the last 3 years, according to Open the Books, the top employee at Douglas County Schools made just south of, in the last 3 years, a total of a base salary of $1 million.
15 seconds remaining.
Because of that, I would register my opposition to the MLO. I do thank you for your service, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Monson. Next, we have Chris Stairs, followed by Diana Simpson, and then Doug Humphreys. Chris Stairs.
Hello, I'm Chris Stairs. I'm the principal at Pine Lane Elementary here in Parker, a school that serves a wide variety of needs. We have 2 center-based SSN programs, 2 center-based AN programs, and then also a center-based gifted and talented program that's all housed in this one arena. I appreciate the last speaker's comments. I think it's worthy of conversation at the board as to what is perpetuated by the schools. Our children are at the center of our values, and it should be reflective of what the community values in that. And I think I'm a pretty conservative person as well on that end, and I tend to vote against taxes. But I'm here to speak on behalf of the bond and the MLO tonight for 3 reasons. 1, hiring, retention, and promotion. Right now, we really, really struggle to get people into our hiring pools to hire quality staff members for our kids. We're able to do it. We're able to continue to find people who make an impact on kids' lives. The other part is that retention aspect, and the reality for me this year was not $3 an hour, it was $1,000 a month, and compared to some of the neighboring districts. One was in somebody who was coming from out of state over to us in competition with Littleton. We couldn't match the number of years that we honor. The other one was in a place of promotion and looking at our AP salaries. A lot of our APs are now paid at less than what our classroom teachers are paid. And when they're looking at moving into those leadership roles, they end up having to take a pay cut for more responsibility, being at the tip of the spear in any endeavors that we're doing, being the first person that's complained to when they could have stayed in the classroom or continued as a GT facilitator. There's really a sweet spot where they can step into that role, but if anybody seeks that further development in a GT facilitator, a PLS, mental health, where we would love to have them in that AP role to depend on their expertise, it's a struggle for them to go, okay, I'm moving over into administration. So really those 3 reasons being that hiring, retention, and being able to really promote good, solid leaders into our schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stairs. Next, we have Diana Simpson, followed by Doug Humphreys.
Good evening. My name is Diana Simpson. I'm the principal at Ben Franklin Academy and a longtime Douglas County resident. I'm speaking tonight to express support and encourage the board to place an MLO on the ballot in November. Mill levy overrides positively impact every student in Douglas County, neighborhood, charter, all of them. An MLO would help us recruit and retain talented teachers who directly serve our students each day. The field of teaching is more competitive than it's ever been. I think everybody has said that, with fewer people choosing to go into the field as well. A lot of that is because of compensation challenges. School safety is a priority for all of our schools, but rising costs of school resource officers and other security measures may prove to be prohibitive if we don't get a funding increase. Decreasing enrollment has been highlighted, but is a concern, not just here in Douglas County, but across the state. There's competition where students will go to high school. I see it every fall with our 8th graders, with people competing for their attention, and we want our graduates of Ben Franklin to go to a Douglas County high school. The more offerings that can be made through the Legacy Campus and its programs, the better positioned the school district is at retaining students throughout their whole educational journey. I encourage the board to move forward with putting the MLO on the ballot this November for all of our schools, teachers and staff, but most importantly for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Next, we have Doug Humphreys, followed by Nick Holtfluer, and then Chandra Becca. Doug Humphreys.
All right, good evening, board members, Superintendent Kane, and everyone here tonight. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Humphreys, and I have spent my entire career in Douglas County for the last 27 years. And I am a very proud principal of Elementary School 50 opening in the Lyric neighborhood coming in the following year. So I've had the privilege of seeing this district in these past 27 years in the best of times and through the most challenging times. And we are moving in a very positive direction, and you guys are to be thanked for that and all the work that our cabinet has done and keep moving us forward in a positive direction. I can't appreciate that enough for all your work. I'm asking you both as a proud principal and a parent that I see our schools only grow stronger with the people we serve. And I'm fortunate to be along incredible staff members, teachers, parents, and community members. And it has become, as you've heard in the past, increasingly more challenging to retain the best of the best. I've lost many teachers over my 18 years as a leader and lost a lot of good friends through the lack of being able to retain them through compensation. So I want us to move forward with that MLO. I also want to highlight the great work we've done recently in our work with safety and security in our buildings. The SROs are exceptional, as well as our safety and security specialists have really put the community and me as a father at ease, sending my kids into school, knowing that they are comforted, safe, and secure with who they're around. And I'm also a father of a high school boy that's gone through the CTE work with Rock Canyon, the fire department, and going into EMT work this year. And the skills, the preparation, and the mindset, he has become a totally different child, and I can't celebrate him enough for that work and celebrate the work of the staff and the work at the Legacy campus for building these strong students into going on to be sturdy humans in life. So I appreciate your time, and I just want to say, please consider moving forward with the MLL, and I thank you guys so much, and proud to serve you and proud to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Next, we have Nick Holtfluer, followed by Chandra Baca.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Nick Holtfluer. I am the proud elementary school principal at Mammoth Heights. I've been privileged to serve there for 11 years now. And let me just say this, I love Douglas County School District. I love DCSD. And I can say that because I've been an administrator and teacher in districts all across the country. I've been in one of the largest in Tampa, Florida, and one of the smallest in Holland, Michigan. There's no better place to be than DCSD. And I'm asking that our distinguished school board members seriously consider placing an MLO on the ballot this November to keep our educators' pay competitive with neighboring school districts. I want to thank Superintendent Kane for your tireless efforts in passing MLOs in the past. I can tell you that those measures have positively impacted our ability to retain qualified teachers at Mammoth Heights. In the 2 years since the last MLO passed, MHE has lost 0 teachers to neighboring school districts because of pay. And when I say neighboring school districts, Mammoth Heights is in Parker. Like, they are right next to us, these school districts. So our teachers have choices. And as you may know, I enjoy promoting all the amazing things that happen at Mammoth Heights through videos on social media. And many of our teachers follow that same lead, using their own personal accounts. Last year, our 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Anderson, she produced a very lighthearted video asking for teachers to guess how much money they had in their checking account 2 days before payday. It received over 7.4 million views on TikTok. Just a little bit more than the people we're watching tonight. 3rd grade teacher, Miss Coles, estimated that she had probably $40. When she looked it up in real time, $7.46. Miss Segura in 4th grade, with her fingers crossed, was hoping for $63 in her checking account. In actuality, $1.13. Miss Nelson, our math teacher with over 11 years of experience, guessed about $200. When she looked it up, it was $203. More accurate, because she's been keeping a close eye on her account, preparing to buy a new vacuum. And let's be honest, she's probably been saving for that vacuum for what seems like the Hoover administration. That's just to see if you're paying attention. All right. You may be thinking, well, Mr. H, I've seen your videos. You seem like you lead the most positive and energetic school in all of Colorado. Does competitive pay even matter when your climate and culture is so strong? The answer to you is yes, it matters. Teachers have left my building in neighboring school districts with tears in their eyes, sad to leave Mammoth Heights, a place they truly call home, like I have called home for the last 11 years, because compensation matters in important life decisions.
Thank you, Mr. H.
Yes,
We appreciate that. Thank you. Next, we have Chandra Baca, followed by Jennifer Iverson.
Hello, thank you all for taking our public comments. I'm gonna grab this here. So I'm Chandra Baca. I am the principal at Franktown Elementary School and have been in the district, I think this will be my 15th year. I do come from a very diverse background. This is the fourth state I've taught in, fourth district, and I was hired during the time when market-based pay was actually starting. And while that seemed like a great idea at the time, we know over time it created a lot of inequities within our district, but also looking at how competitive we are with neighboring districts, I think it's really important to address staff compensation, which I agree with all of my colleagues on that. But I first want to start out talking about student programming. I think it's really important if we're putting this on the ballot that we really make it student-centered. And while staff compensation is absolutely student-centered, a lot of it think it's an adult thing. The quality of who we hire is just as important as the student programming that we offer. So Franktown Elementary is an AVID elementary school, if you're not familiar with AVID. It's acceleration via individual determination. So we have a large emphasis on college and career readiness, even at the elementary level, and working on those essential skills that we know kids need so badly today, just like they did in the past. But things like collaborating well with others, problem solving, persevering, risk taking is a huge one. We've seen increase in anxiety across our kids, and giving them more opportunities to be able to practice those skills is the only way we're gonna get these kids to where they need to be. And if the MLO passes and we could put more towards student programming, even at the elementary level, and including coming to Legacy Campus and having those choices in your secondary experience, that's just going to create better citizens in our workforce moving forward. Really quick, we took our fifth graders, actually came for a field trip to Legacy Campus last spring. And I have never seen kids so engaged and excited when they came back to school. Like, this was the coolest field trip we've ever been on. And Legacy Campus and all the people involved, and including Ms. Windsor, you gave that experience to kids and they were just so excited. So think about that engagement starting at the age of 10, even before, and what kind of opportunities that they can have moving forward. That's what matters as students at the center. I have 37 seconds. Staff compensation, huge. Teachers need to get paid more, we know that. We are a top performing district, but in order to maintain that and to continue that, we have to be more competitive. Just hands down. It's really expensive to live here. Cost of living is increasing. And yes, taxes will go up, but for the quality
15
of your community
seconds remaining.
and home values, schools are a pillar of that. And that really makes a big difference. So thank you. I support putting the MLO on the ballot, and thank you for your time. I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baca. Next, we have Jennifer Iverson, followed by Rex Core, and then Mandy Hill. Ms. Iverson.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Iverson, and I'm here on behalf of Douglas County Parents, a group of community members and parents committed to strong public education. First off, as this school year begins, we want to offer encouragement. We hope that this is a year full of curiosity and joy for every student, where kids learn about themselves and about each other, building real community with others who don't always think like they do. We're grateful to our teachers and staff for their work, and we want to support you this year. Building that kind of community starts with how we think about fairness itself. Merit only works fairly when everyone starts at the same line. In real world, family resources, access to wealth, and stability at home are not equal. A system that rewards merit alone ends up rewarding circumstance and calling it fairness. Equity-minded support does not conflict with merit. Equity, diversity, and inclusion makes merit possible for every student, not just the ones starting ahead. Douglas County Parents strongly supports the CASB Charter School Resolution. Every child deserves an education that builds capable, critical thinkers which requires stable, well-resourced public schools and a board empowered to make thoughtful, student-centered decisions. This resolution gives the local boards the authority to ask the right questions before approving charter expansions, grounded in genuine community need rather than outside interests. Financial sustainability and impact on existing students matter. That's not a barrier to choice, that's accountability. We encourage the board to authorize its submission. DCP finds it necessary the efforts to remove bullying, harassment, and hate speech from school experience, and at a minimum, strengthen the implementation, enforcement, and accountability of existing board policies already on the books. Bullying, harassment, and racial incidents leave a lasting impact on the students who experience them. It is right and just to hold every student and every staff member to that same standard, district-wide, without exception. Thank you for your time and your service to our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Next, we have Rex Core and then Mandy Hill. Mr. Core.
Good evening, directors. My name's Rex Core. I'm a longtime Parker resident, 20 years, and a longtime member of the DCSD family, 19 years. I'm a parent of 2 current Douglas County School District students, and I have the privilege of serving as the director here at Legacy Campus. Tonight, especially, I want to begin with 2 simple words: thank you. Thank you to our voters, and thank you to this board. The ribbon we cut this evening represents promises made to our community and promises kept. Phase 2 of Legacy Campus is an investment in what is possible for the students of Douglas County. But opportunities requires more than buildings and equipment. Opportunity requires great people. As a veteran school leader, and that's a nice way of saying old, I've learned that a budget tells the story of your priorities. Where we choose to invest says what and who we value. This proposed MLO would invest in our people with a 4% compensation increase for teachers and staff, and in our students by expanding career and technical education to help address student wait lists across the district. At Legacy, we currently have wait lists in nearly every program. Our students are asking for these opportunities. They want to explore careers, develop real-world skills, and begin building their futures. We have the students. We have the demand. This investment would help us open those doors to more students. I respectfully ask this board to place the 2026 mill levy override on the November ballot and give our community the opportunity to make that decision. Thank you for your continued stewardship, your support of our staff, and most importantly, your investment in the future of Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Core. And last but not least, we have Mandy Hill.
Lower this a little, or a lot. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Kane. Thank you so much for your time this evening and for your tireless work on behalf of the students in Douglas County. My name is Mandy Hill. I'm a 24-year employee of the district, and I have the distinct honor of serving as principal at Sage Canyon Elementary. Tomorrow morning, we will open our doors for our 16th year. It's a milestone as it marks the final year we will hold the title of newest elementary school in the district before we welcome the long-awaited elementary school of 50 and 51 into our ranks. I'm here tonight to talk about what a mill levy override would mean to the heart and soul of our building, who are our employees. In preparation for tonight's remarks, I conducted a quick anonymous survey of our staff to understand their current financial realities. The results were both illuminating and sobering. Out of the 68 staff members surveyed, 33 employees, nearly 50% of our building, currently work a second job or maintain a side hustle just to make ends meet. 93% of our staff live here in Douglas County, many of whom's second job helps pay for that. For the remaining 7%, the choice to live somewhere else isn't necessarily one of preference. To one person, they indicated they want to live in the community where they work, they simply can't afford it. When we're talking about our teachers and staff, we often focus on their roles in the classroom and at school. But looking at data from our building, it shows that they're more than that out of necessity. In addition to teaching, our employees are caregivers working in assisted living facilities, caring for family members, providing therapeutic recreation assistance, entrepreneurs helping run construction businesses, home bakeries, and selling real estate, service workers, working at retail shops. You can come see me at La Crusade, and for the town of Castle Rock, resource providers, tutors, swimming lessons, independent contractors selling things like Pampered Chef, and lots of dog house kid sitters. The recommendation of a 4% raise tied to the passage of an MLO is not just a line item. It represents time. It's time that a teacher could spend planning a more engaging lesson instead of tutoring until 8 p.m. It's time a staff member could spend with their own children instead of working on a Saturday retail shift. It is the ability for our own staff to live in the same neighborhood where their current students serve. One of my staff members shared with me that they currently are cutting their own family's hair because haircuts are expensive. Another shared, as a single teacher, for me to afford an apartment in Douglas County and to live comfortably, I require income from a second source outside of my school. I have to work an average of 63 extra hours a month at my retail job, making $17 an hour to supplement my teaching salary.
15 seconds remaining.
A final staff member shared, we're living by the skin of our teeth. It's only been thanks to the benefits afforded through my job at DCSD that we've even been able to get a little bit of breathing room. So a raise, no matter how small, would be a great help to us. A 4% raise is a vital step in rectifying our compensation system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hill, and thank you to all of our public commenters tonight. Thank you for being here. So with that, we will move to the adoption of the consent agenda item. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Densler and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the consent agenda. Motion is now open for discussion. Seeing none, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0. All right. Adoption of the joint motion agenda is next. We have 3 sets of minutes on the agenda tonight. We can either accept them all with one if there are no corrections, or I can do them one by one. Does anyone have corrections on any of the minutes? All right, then I will ask for a motion to approve the June 9th business meeting and the special meeting minutes from July 25th and August 1st.
So moved. Second.
Right, it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the June 9th, July 25th, and August 1st meeting minutes. The motion is now open for any discussion. I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 7-0. Speedy night tonight. So we are now at our study action items. Item 9.1, we have the staff bond mill override recommendation. Actually, bond mill levy override recommendation.
Good evening, directors. Thank you so much for having us and letting us talk about our proposal for a potential 2026 mill levy override. We've been talking about this for several meetings, but everything that we do is grounded in the Board of Education ends, and a potential 2026 mill levy override will help us be able to get closer to achieving the board ends. So I just want to go over some background information. I know the Board of Education knows all of this background information, but I also want to talk about it for the sake of our people who might be watching. So I want to start with the return on investment that our taxpayers have seen as a result of their past investments. 3 years ago, in 2023, we passed a mill levy override that was $66 million, and we were able to increase staff and teacher pay. That has caused turnover to drop tremendously. As you heard from many of our leaders, competitiveness is still very much a struggle for us. And we talked about that in 2023, that the 2023 mill levy override would help us make a great deal of progress, but wouldn't get us quite too competitive. And we have made so much progress, and we're so grateful to all of our taxpayers. We also were able to increase safety and security support at schools. We put additional school resource officers on our campuses, and we hired campus security specialists for all of our elementary schools, and you heard some of that mentioned by some of the leaders tonight as well. So again, we're really grateful to the taxpayers, and what taxpayers have seen as a result of their investment in our school district is that our scores have continued to increase. We are narrowing the achievement gap in every single area. Our graduation rate is at an all-time high, and our turnover is dropping because of those changes. In 2024, we passed a $490 million bond that allowed us to do a number of things, including updating our aging schools. I mentioned work was being done across 62 sites this summer, and there's a lot more work to do. We were able to expand classroom spaces for career and technical education, construct new elementary schools in Lyric and Sterling Ranch, because it's so important for the values of our property and for our community that we have the schools where the children live. We were able to expand Sierra Middle School, construct phase 2 of the Legacy campus, of which the ribbon cutting was earlier tonight, and enhance safety and security at every school across the district. And so again, I put up our statistics because this is what our taxpayers have seen as a direct result of their investment in our students and in our schools. We do have the top performing district in the Denver metro area, all-time high graduation rate of 93.6. We have the lowest staff turnover rate in the Denver metro area, but it is still a struggle for us. Our teachers can still get a significant pay increase if they leave. They are trying very hard to not leave. 90 career and technical education pathways, many of which have long student wait lists and top-rated schools by families. So I want to ground us in funding. How are our schools funded? Where does all the money go, et cetera? So how our schools are funded? Our schools are funded through both local property taxes and state general education fund. When local property taxes went up recently, which they did significantly because the value of everyone's home went up, therefore the amount of taxes that we paid went up. When that increase happened recently, the state simply contributed less. So you can see from the chart on the left that the state used to contribute 60% and we would contribute 40%. Today, locally, we contribute 47% and the state contributes 53%. The state share does not, the state share just equalizes us. So we did not see the benefit of those increases in property taxes. Where we do see benefit is our bonds and our mill levy overrides. And if you look at the tax rate of our bonds and mill levy overrides over the years, in 2013, it was a total of 22.5 mills. Today, even after passing 2 ballot initiatives, it's only 18 mills here. And it's continuing to go down because our ballot initiatives have generally been fixed dollar amounts. When you spread a fixed dollar amount over a larger number of homes or over homes that are worth more, each homeowner pays less towards that fixed dollar amount. So that tax rate continues to decrease. It also means that we haven't been able to keep up with inflation, keep up with cost of living, or growth in Douglas County. This is the return on investment that our voters currently have for the tax rate that we collect today. So Douglas County has one of the lowest tax rates for education in the Denver metro area, and we are also the top performing school district in the Denver metro area. We are a really great return on investment for the money from our taxpayers, and it's incredibly difficult to be that low compared to all of our neighbors. This is a district funding comparison. Our base funding is in the blue. That represents funding that comes from our local taxpayers as well as the state of Colorado. It's about $11,200 a student. And just to give our community an idea, a local private school charges anywhere from $15,000 to about $30,000 a student. So our taxpayers are getting a really good deal for $11,000 a student. We educate every single student that comes through our doors, whether they cost $100,000 a year to educate or significantly less. We make sure that we take care of every child. We don't have any kind of admissions process. The orange represents the dollars that we are able to raise through a mill levy override. The School Finance Act allows local communities to raise additional dollars for their school districts in order to be more competitive, to fund certain programming that means something to the local community, etc. We receive about $2,000 a student from our mill levy override. It was $1,000 a student before the 2023 mill levy override. But you can see that it is still less per student than our neighboring districts, which is the number one reason why we can't pay competitively. How is our taxpayer dollars spent on students? So you do often hear in the education space a lot about administrative overhead and waste, etc. Highly paid administrators. I want the record to show that no one in the district makes anywhere near $1 million. The orange represents school programming, student programming that happens in our schools. So 82% of our dollars go directly to student programming in our schools. The green is how we take care of our schools. That's paying for the electricity bill. It's the operations and maintenance folks. It's the grounds folks. It's the people who clean the schools. It's the bus drivers who get the kids to school. All of that is 13%. System-wide support, so what people typically think of as administrative overhead, is about 5%. That includes, for example, human resources. We have 23 professionals in our human resources department that oversee the needs of 7,600 employees. I don't believe you will ever find a leaner organization in terms of the number of HR professionals to employee anywhere. That includes our IT department. We manage an infrastructure in 100 buildings, and we have over 63,000 devices across the district. And our very lean and mean IT department, not mean, but our lean IT department does incredible work across our district to maintain that very, very complicated network. And they're competing for employees too, and they're competing with the private sector. System-wide supports also includes business services, payroll, all of the things that we need to keep the wheels running in the school district. Central administration costs. So this is if you take all of our employees, the count of all of our employees, and you see what percentage of each of our employees is doing what kind of assignment. 53% of our employees are licensed staff, so teachers. 20% of our employees are paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals are in our schools working with our students. 6% of our employees are office administrative support. Most of those folks are also in our school. They're working the front office, they're the registrar, etc. Crafts and trades, I mentioned earlier, so these are operations and maintenance, plumbers, electricians, groundspeople, custodians, etc. Administrators are 3%. That is principals, assistant principals, district level leaders, directors, managers, myself, my team. We count for 3% of the total employee count. The statewide average is 5%. We run really, really lean in Douglas County, which is why our hair is on fire all the time. We do everything we can to make sure that we keep every dollar possible in our schools and as close to our students as we possibly can. And we continue to have funding challenges. As you all know, the state of Colorado came in with well over $1 billion in a shortfall this last year. That impacted K-12 education funding, continues to impact K-12 education funding. It impacts us in Douglas County School District as much as it impacts all the districts across our state. For us in Douglas County School District, our total new revenue from last year to this coming year, well, the year we just started, is $6 million across our entire system. Our healthcare changes, so just in order to support the healthcare benefits that our employees currently receive without raising their premiums, cost $5 million. Our inflationary expenses, the cost of fuel, the cost of heating our schools, the cost of water, et cetera, is up $6 million. So you can see that $6 million in new revenue is gone and then some. In order to keep our employees, we did not do a pay freeze. We gave them a 2% increase, understanding that it was a little bit risky, but also understanding that we need to hold on to our employees. So we gave our employees a very modest 2% increase, which cost $10 million. As a result, we are short somewhere $15 to $18 million, so we will need to be eating into our savings account by about $15 to $18 million. We are making cuts. We need to cut $15 to $18 million in long-term, in overhead, in operational spending, and our team is absolutely working on identifying what those cuts would look like. And we will be making those cuts regardless of an MLO, because we will have to. Sources of additional funding, just for knowledge, so where do school districts go for additional funding? They go to their local taxpayers. A school district can ask for a general mill levy override. The general mill levy override can be up to 28% of the School Finance Act funding. There are special mill levy overrides, but we are nowhere near special mill levy overrides at this point. We're still working on our general mill levy override. General obligation bonds. Bonds pay for capital expenses. So bonds are one-time money that we borrow and the taxpayers pay the mortgage payment. And that money is used for capital expenses such as building new schools and maintaining the existing schools that we have. So staff is proposing a 2026 mill levy override that is smaller than the 2023 mill levy override at $54 million to help us retain and attract high quality teachers and staff. And it isn't just teachers. You heard some of our leaders refer to dollars an hour. That's our paraprofessionals. And as I said, we're competing for IT professionals. We're competing for assistant principals and principals. We're competing everywhere across the board. It would support us with the increasing cost of school security. School security costs more now than it did even when we passed the fixed dollar amount mill levy override in 2023. That we set $6 million aside for school security every year starting in 2023, and already what cost $6 million in 2023 costs closer to $8 million now. We want to reduce our student wait lists for career and technical education programming, including the trades. We just opened the most beautiful space here in Legacy Campus to welcome students to participate in career and technical education programming. One of those pathways was construction, all of the trades, so plumbing, electrical, HVAC, etc. That program will already have a massive wait list. All of our programs have very big wait lists. So while we offer incredible opportunities for students in Douglas County School District, if we have students on a wait list, they are not getting that incredible opportunity. And it is also critical for workforce development here in Douglas County. And then finally, we want to restore student programming, such as instrumental music in elementary schools, which was cut a very long time ago when the Great Recession hit and has never been restored. It's something our families and students have told us they greatly value. All of these changes are aligned with the district's strategic plan, which includes academic excellence, strategic technology integration, essential mindsets and behaviors, future-ready graduates, and thriving schools and thriving communities. This is a deeper dive into where the $54 million for the mill levy override would go and what cornerstone commitment of the strategic plan each one addresses. Compensation would be $22.4 million. That would be a 4% increase for teachers and staff in order to help keep pace with inflation and the cost of living. Specialized student programming, $5.1 million. That's establish and enhance intensive in-district programming for our students across the entire spectrum of needs. Career and technical education, $4.2 million to help us address student and family demand for career and technical education pathways. Safety and security, $2 million to help us address the escalating costs of safety and security, including school resource officers and other safety and security aspects, all of which are significantly more expensive today than they used to be. And we want to make sure that we can continue to maintain the ratios that we have. Curricular investment of $3.3 million, athletics and activities of $1.2 million to address disparities in programming across schools. So we want to make sure kids have the same great opportunity across sports and across schools. We have some cases where we have, a wonderful softball field at one school and a terrible softball field at another school. So we really want to make sure we're addressing that across our schools. Student programming at $3.8 million, including instrumental music in elementary school, the middle school teaming model, and systemic implementation of emerging technologies. And then our charter schools would get a share. They would receive $12 million, which is 24% of the mill levy override, because 24% of our students are enrolled in charter schools, and our charter schools have the same priorities that we do. For the district-specific compensation changes, and I need to say that we don't control charter school compensation changes, so this is specific to DCSD employees. Teachers and other licensed staff would receive a 4% increase. Basically, our schedules would just move up 4%. Those increases would be effective if the MLO passes, as soon as the MLO passes, assuming the board puts the MLO on the ballot and signs the resolution for the compensation changes. That will allow the election itself to trigger those compensation changes. We would increase our substitute daily rate by $10. We are losing we've definitely lost our competitive edge when it comes to substitute teachers. So we would increase that daily rate by $10. Support staff would receive a 4% increase. All other staff would receive a 4% increase. Our post-retirement employees would see a 2% increase. And all of those increases would be retroactive to the beginning of the school year, as the tax collection follows that same path. And this just gives the Board of Education an idea of what our teacher competitiveness would look like now and post-MLO. The top line is current, so our starting salary. We use starting salary because that represents how our schedule compares to other district schedules. It will be the same kind of differential at any point on the schedule that you select. Our starting salary across our three schedules proportionately is $54,718. I clearly have a typo. No, I don't. Sorry. And then the 4% increase would bring that up to $56,906 for a starting salary. In Douglas County, $60,000 is still considered low income, so people actually qualify for low income housing at $60,000. So I just want to make sure I put that out there for the public to understand. So that increase would put us at about $57,000 for a starting salary. It would put us just above Jeffco and definitely in the pack, which we really have not been in there to date. We were so far below. The 2023 MLO helped us go from so far below to somewhat below, and now we'd like to actually get into the competitive range. And then here are some of the financial details. For a $700,000 home, this mill levy override would equate to $236 a year, or about $33.7 for every $100,000 in home value per year. We believe in transparency and in public trust, and we have always been very transparent about where the dollars are going. Our award-winning budget and accounting departments, they have received national awards every single year for their accuracy and their transparency. We have a citizen-elected Board of Education who reviews and approves district budgets and provides financial oversight. And we have a citizen-led mill levy, mill and bond oversight committee that we will actually be hearing from on August 25th that oversees every dollar spent as part of a ballot initiative in Douglas County. And then finally, in talking about the approach to a mill levy override, traditionally, we have placed fixed dollar amounts on the ballot. This is really challenging because what a dollar pays for today, it does not pay for in 10 years. We passed a mill levy override in 1989 that was $2 million a year. Whatever that $2 million a year was intended to pay for in 1989, I promise you that same $2 million does not buy today. In order to keep up with the purchasing cost, with the cost of $1 and inflation, we need to be able to keep pace. So we are recommending a ballot question that will be indexed so that it does keep up with inflation. It would be indexed to the School Finance Act, and the School Finance Act increases by inflation every single year. So it just allows us to have those inflationary increases. And this kind of compares the two approaches. If you use a fixed dollar amount mill levy override, it doesn't adjust for inflation or growth. The value of the dollar does not keep pace with inflation or expenses. The cost per household decreases over time, which I showed you all by our falling mill rate, which continues to fall. And it's very unusual. Other municipalities in Douglas County have a tax rate, not a fixed dollar amount. So their tax rate does keep up with growth and with inflation. An indexed mill levy override, again, would be aligned to the School Finance Act, which adjusts by inflation over time. The dollar amount would generally increase by inflation to hold purchasing power, and the cost generally remains the same per household over time. And so here is our proposed ballot question. And so I won't read it, but this is our proposed ballot question. And we do have our 4 main points in there about what the money would be used for. And the indexing is in the bottom paragraph, and then the initial amount, which is $54 million, is in the first paragraph. And with that, I want to hand it over to Todd Vitale and Bill Ray. Todd is our polling person, so he can tell you about our July polling results. And Bill helps us with looking at the overall landscape. And so I will hand it over to both of them. When they are done, we will take questions together on the entire presentation, if that works for the board. Thank you. Welcome, Todd. Thank you for being here.
Okay, wow, smooth. Thanks so much for having me here tonight and for seeing you all again. I've had an opportunity here to be in front of you now over a number of years and cycles, and it's always wonderful to be a part of this important project. I was just here with you in the spring, and I promised to come back and give you a little update, and so that's kind of where we're at. We were in the field in mid-July with another survey, a voter survey. Again, always built, in this case, looking at turnout in November, and so kind of using our framework to try to manage our sample, make sure it looks as much like November as we possibly can. I think to start, what I'll do is I'll quickly just walk down memory lane here, but just to give you guys, again, some perspective for those listening, indeed, in 2023, we had both an MLO and a bond. As you may remember, we fell short in the bond at 47%. The MLO passed, of course, with 52%. Then we came back in 2024, another swing at the bond, and indeed this time we were more successful. I do think it was certainly a much better year in terms of the type of turnout that we were expecting and ultimately received, and so indeed it kind of raised the ceiling a little bit on support for this school proposal. We then, I think with that kind of have our understanding of where the electorate has been in the past. We know going into 2026 that there's a number of things about this political environment, I think, that make it, maybe a little bit more challenging than what we've seen in the past. But at the same time, I think there's some other things that are kind of counterbalancing that. And so in March, I came in and shared with you the results of our March survey. In that poll, we tested an MLO measure that was the language a little bit different. And so we refined that language and put in some important things that I think we heard back from the board and from the public about what was important. And so we put that in this new version of the July 26 MLO ballot measure, which I'm going to share with you today. But interestingly, the results were fairly similar, at 55% support for each. The makeup, as you'll see, was a little bit different, and I'll get into that. So it wasn't exactly the same 55, but nonetheless, I think gives you a good sense of, in terms of a snapshot in time, about where we are and about where we are in terms of majority support and what I think is doable. Again, you're just to compare a little bit of the stack, going back to 24, where we had roughly 60% or so of the voters saying they were going to support it and ultimately did. In March, we came back, did the survey, and we actually had a little bit more overall support, both at the definite level and at the moderate level. Came back in July, and then of course tested a slightly different version of that, and it was very very similar. We had a little bit less of a group of opposition on the ballot test, that is, and a little bit higher level support on the overall for, and the in this case the lean in favor. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. Again, the ballot we tested in this particular case was an MLO, and there's a number of key pieces to that, which I'm going to touch on from a messaging perspective. But obviously, we read them this ballot language. We not only, are in this particular language, featuring the teacher, increase in teacher salaries, the school security, the trades and technical support, as well as the specialized student programming, school music. The net of that, again, 55%. One of the things that I always look for to really see, how we're doing is to look at the strong support, and in this case, the strong support at 28, the strong opposition at 23, and so we still have about a +5 in terms of the net support among the people that feel the most strongly about their attitudes on this. And so the other thing I was going to mention is we also made sure, for example, that we mentioned that this was going to be subject to an audit and an oversight by the Citizens Committee. Those are also things that were importantly added. This is just looking at the breakdown of that level of support, and so I know that there's a lot of data on there, but starting kind of from the top and just looking at some of the profile that makes up a level of support, in that party-related parties subgroups. When we look at Republicans, we continue to see that being the toughest group, the 58% against for that group. Similarly and overlapping with that older male group, also that kind of 58% majority against. But other than that, other than those two, the demographic profile that we've continued to see all throughout our polling over the years is that kind of stubborn, fiscally conservative group that's opposed, but across the board support among independents. You can see 56% support to 39 against, and so among that middle cohort, a majority support among Democrats being our strongest subgroup at 85% support, and then across the board, whether your kids are currently enrolled in the school or not does not have a huge impact in terms of your level of support, but really just age, gender, and party really driving this in terms of where that level of support is and where which groups probably need the most reinforcement. When we ask people on an open-ended question after the ballot, why is it you'd be willing to support this? The top response was teacher compensation and retention. That was really the top one overall. And there are a number of these themes that kind of play out in our survey. The fact that people want to bring back lost programming like music, school safety, as you know, is a huge important issue that is only increased in terms of people's focus on that particular aspect. I I really encourage everybody to kind of go through and read and see some of the verbatim, see some of the ways that voters are talking about this. But overall, really quite an overwhelming amount of positive feelings and a lot of great attitudes about the district and support for teachers. Obviously, I think it helps, even in spite of the otherwise pretty tough economy or mixed economy. People in this community really want to support schools, and that comes across in all of our polling. But you can see all of that throughout the positive verbatim on the support level. In terms of those who said that they would oppose it, again, I read these very carefully, and one of the main things that I'm looking for is to see, how much of the opposition is specific and tied to very maybe topical items versus more general malaise or general distrust of government, general frustration about overall taxation, and I continue to really see that. It's really not, it's about the same group and the same flavor as I had seen in previous campaigns. And so even though I do, there's a couple pieces of information in the poll that suggest a little bit of a softening political environment, it really didn't carry over in terms of the ballot test. The support remained, strong, as I indicated. As we often do, after we tested that first, the uninformed ballot, we call it, we then shared with our respondents a whole list of information more about the MLO, making the case for that particular proposal. We read through them a whole battery of messages, and then of course came back and asked them the ballot again. I'm not going to read through all these, but I'll draw your attention to just a few that really jumped out, and I think are going to be particularly important in terms of some of the groups, the target groups that we would want to communicate with in a campaign environment. But the first one, number 9, that the return on investment, and I know Aaron mentioned that, that is one that continues to be a main driver in terms of reasons to support this. She also mentioned number 11, which is also something that jumped out in our testing, the waiting list for trades, technical training, workforce training. That's a big one. I mentioned campus security, and then the last one, operating expenses. Telling voters that and educating them about that this is a previous fixed amounts are no longer going to cover the school operating expenses. Sharing some of that information, and it helps give a justification for why there might be why we would have multiple ballot measures in previous years, and why we're asking for another one. 18 goes to speak to that. When I map that all out, some of you may remember this from previous presentations, but we look at a number of metrics. Along the y-axis is the recall of that message after we went through them all. We asked them which one really stuck out for them. Along the x-axis, you have the overall strength of that ability to the message to move voters on the ballot. And so you can kind of see at the very kind of top, everything in the top right quadrant would be considered kind of the strongest messages. But overall, that or among the persuadable group, these are the people that don't have strong opinions for or against the measure. This is a cross-section of that group, and you can see, again, Q9 and Q11 both really standing out among all the others. That doesn't mean the others weren't effective, but just in terms of the overall persuadable group, how we look at that. The net of those messages, we improved our support for the ballot by 2 points. Opposition went down. Not a lot of movement overall, and frankly not that surprised, but it does lead me to believe that a lot of voters, I think, first of all, many of them, as we learned, are not really paying attention day to day and are not familiar with the school finances. And so a lot of them are using a little bit of a shorthand or a proxy to say, hey, maybe I don't understand all the aspects of school finance, but I support the district and I support the results that the district's getting, all the accolades that Aaron mentioned. All those things, again, feed, I think, a belief that the district is doing a good job and is investing this money wisely. However, I also don't think we're in an environment where we're going to have a slam dunk. We're probably not going to be in a situation. It doesn't look to me like we could run up the score a bit and get into the 60s. I think because of the softer environment that we're in, the softer softer economy, I think we're kind of looking at a ceiling right around 55, 56. A real tribute, I think, to the previous campaigns and to the good work that Bill and his team, I know, have been working to rebuild for this effort. If you decide to put it on, I think if all goes well and if the board, shows a lot of cohesion, if there's not a lot of political acrimony, all of these things that can kind of stir up the bee's nest. If we were in a very partisan political environment and this became a litmus test for some of those races, those are things that could drive that support down in low 50s or even at risk of loss. But I think the reality is that if we run a good campaign, if we're able to communicate our message, if the board is showing cohesion and there's consensus of the need, all those kinds of things help reinforce what I think is already a net majority support for this. And so that's kind of about where I think we are, is in that range. And obviously a lot can change between now and Election Day, but we're always being careful to monitor what's going to happen at every level of government. But the environment can always change, but right now this is about where we're at. We went through and also carefully look and see which particular groups are the most malleable, that are willing to change their opinion on the particular question at hand after messaging. And so we came up with a list in order of the groups that moved the most. Really, the main reason I'm sharing this is just to maybe it's a little bit of a word about 2020 going 2026 versus perhaps looking at a future year. One of the first things that and frankly throughout all of our surveys, this has kind of reinforced this year. But the groups that are really the most malleable, that are the most persuadable on this, are the groups with school-age kids. And so even though the overall support levels were not terribly different between the two, from message testing, it's clear that I think a very, very important part of this winning coalition is a younger, lower socioeconomic voters who are going to definitely be a part of a high turnout election that we're expecting here in 2026. If we were to move to an off-year election, for example, an odd year, a lot of those lower propensity voters tend to drop out. What's left in that turnout would be slightly skewed towards older, more fiscally conservative voters. And so everything that I can tell suggests that this is a better year to ask voters for a proposal like this, a school proposal, than it would be to wait to another year when we had lower turnout. And so again, when we're going through these and we're looking at and seeing which voters move the most and in which issues we can move them, I know this is a little bit of a confusing slide, but there's a lot of the sequence of the messaging that we use. And as we look at targeting, going through and itemizing for each of these groups, kind of what are the key messages that are going to move them throughout the course of the campaign. Other factors, we also kind of stress test this a little bit. We asked people, for example, if there was going to be, and we expect there would be a statewide education measure also on the ballot. How does that impact your level of support? In this particular case, almost 2 to 1 said they would support the Douglas measure over the statewide measure. Another 10% said they would support both. But I think that bias towards local dollars, I think, is quite helpful. And nothing here led me to believe that was going to be an issue for you guys. On this question of the collective bargaining agreement and whether that was something that would come into play, only a net -1, and that's 26% said it'd be less likely, 25% more likely. You can see the groups that reacted to it the most already are voters that are less likely to support it, and so I don't see that. I didn't see that emerge as a problem. Similarly, when we ask people about school consolidations and declining enrollment, to what extent that argument had a negative impact. Again, 15% more likely, 17% less likely, so a -2. Really kind of a wash, with the majority, 62% saying no impact based on that issue. We asked people about the headquarter move and other efficiency discussions, and this won a +6 in terms of its impact and its ability to move people further in support. And so talking about some of the things that have been brought about to bring more efficiency and to be wiser with the use of dollars, all those things I think only move the ball forward for us. I guess I'll leave on a cautionary note, and you've seen this in our previous polling as well, that if we lay out an argument and give kind of the best, strongest argument for the opposition against the strongest argument in for, we're vulnerable, and I think this is kind of, again, getting back to this question of, if we don't do things right, if the campaign isn't properly funded, if there's, if suddenly the economy were to really take a terrible turn, there's a lot of things, but those are the kinds of things that could feed into, a result that was less than a majority. But we tested that to see kind of how that would look, what would be the demographic makeup of that. Again, I think as long as, nothing changes with the economy, I think even when we did this similar type framework in previous elections for you guys, we had this same caution, and so I don't think this represents anything new, but I think it is underscores the importance of some of the things that I'm talking about, and in terms of keeping everybody on the same page and singing from the same song sheet. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and I don't know if Bill wants to take some questions as well.
Good evening, school board members. Bill Ray. Thanks, Tom. Just a quick update. First of all, it's been a pleasure and an honor working with the superintendent and her team to help with the communications and the community engagement in this process. Just wanted to give you a quick update. As you know, the superintendent did a letter to the community about the proposed MLO and the reasons behind it and the need for the school district. That letter is also an important part of gathering more feedback for you all to consider, for the school district team to consider. So that letter started arriving in homes last week on Friday. They're also arriving this week. As part of that, we did have a short survey for feedback from community members. Some of the questions in there aligned with some of the questions in Todd's survey. We also had the open-ended questions in there as well. So those survey responses are just starting to come in. We're looking forward to putting that together and sharing that with you and the superintendent and her team. But I did want to share with you, very similarly, I've already started looking at the comments from the community members. And the comments are very similar to what Todd saw in his survey. A lot of folks responding that they really want to support the teachers. And one person commented, strong schools make our community better, invest in the future of our country, and support housing prices. There's no better investment than in our children. That was one commenter. We have to invest in skills-based education that enables young people to earn good paying technical jobs in the future. Another one, everything costs more. We have to do all that we can to improve our education system and help our teachers. On the flip side, very similarly, the comments from people who are concerned about the mill levy followed along with what Todd has seen in his polling. Property taxes are extremely high in Douglas County. We're struggling to pay them, and they're increasing even further and becoming out of reach. That was one comment. The school district keeps asking for a larger mill levy. Property values have shot up in the last few years, and the school district should have more revenue because of that. So still that, kind of school finance education piece that we all know is a constant issue to work on. Another comment was basically, I don't want to pay for the influx of other people's kids. What I pay now is enough. Get the money from non-homeowners or homeowners under 65. So, kind of we see that in other school districts. My kids have already attended. I don't want to have to pay the taxes anymore. So, comments in line with what I'm sure you've seen before, but we will keep watching the survey responses and look forward to sharing those with you as well, so you can have that feedback as part of your further decision-making process here. So thank you, and I will hand it over to the superintendent.
Thank you. How did we do? Look at that. 14 minutes, President Meek. I'm very excited about that. So that's the information that we have to share with you today. All of us, and CFO is here as well, can help answer any questions you might have. If you have questions about specific programming, of course, we have the rest of cabinet available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. It was a very informative presentation, and we have plenty of time for Q&A. We had scheduled 30 minutes, but we have 45 minutes or more. So with that, I'm happy to just open it up to any director who wants to get us started. Director Ryan.
So you sort of touched on this at the start by talking about the fact that we've heard a lot of this before, and not necessarily the poll stuff, but this previously. One of the most common thoughts against putting the MLO on the ballot that I've heard is the community engagement piece. I know, because I've attended, the presentations that the superintendent has been doing outside of school hours for the past few months, but I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about that so the folks in our community who think that isn't going on have the knowledge that it is happening.
Oh, thank you so much for that question, Director Ryan. Yes, so one of the things that we've been doing really since 2022 is constant community engagement. We're not like, oh, well, now we're thinking about putting a ballot initiative on, so now we want to come talk to you. We are out talking to community groups routinely, constantly, so that they always know the state of our district and where things stand. In terms of leading up to this proposal, we've done countless presentations with community groups. I've personally been able to visit with the Rotary clubs and senior groups and a whole number of other groups. We'll be talking to our municipal partners. So we continue to get out there and talk. Our principals talk to their school accountability committees, their parent-teacher organizations. So it's also kind of spread out as the school year is getting going here. And I'm going to hand it over to our Chief Communications Officer to see if she'd like to talk any more about those outreach and engagement efforts, which have been considerable.
To Superintendent Kane's point, I think we've just continued. We've continued since 2022. If you could look back in 2022, Superintendent Kane came on board towards the end of March that year, and that's when we started leading up towards that 2022 MLO and bond, which fell short, although we did move up from polling to ballot day or to election night, a 10-point increase. So we continued. So we continued right into 2023, asked again, got the MLO, fell short on the bond. We kept going. And so I just feel like we've continued that work ever since, continuing to let our community know where those dollars are going, thanking them, reminding them how we're funded, continuing to have State of DCSD engagement opportunities, continuing to send out an annual report to all of our residents each year, letting them know how we're funded, how the dollars are being spent. So it might feel like, well, they're starting later or they haven't done it, but really we've never stopped. And I do feel like when we started in 2022, we were really educating people about how we were funded and where the money goes and why it's needed. And we're seeing that people are getting that now. Not everybody, of course, but we're not starting from ground zero as much as we were 4 years ago.
So I think I'm gonna tag on to that topic. I think that was a concern we heard from some of our committee, our board committees, feeling like maybe they weren't engaged as early in the process. And just, Director Geiger and I have met with the committee leaders multiple times, engaged all of the committees, asking them about their concerns, and I really appreciated seeing the polling results to help us identify, you know, really where are we in those various areas. So those special slides that you showed were some of those questions that really were top of mind for our committee leaders. And so I think that was really helpful for us and instructive, and certainly I want to thank all of our board committee leaders for stepping up and going above and beyond to engage their members and everything, but that was part of the engagement concern that I had heard. Are there other questions? Director Dinsler?
Thank you all so much for all of your work on this. As we all know, social media isn't real life, but today I was perusing some Facebook comments and some comments on Nextdoor, and I saw a couple recurring themes emerge in some of the discussion that I wanted to just kind of bring out into the open so that we can address those. So if any of you or all of you would be so kind to address some of these concerns. First of all, this kind of took me by surprise, but there's a lot of discussion, especially today, about a tax benefit that the Board of County Commissioners might be giving to a data center, and this is getting conflated with how come the Board of County Commissioners can give a tax benefit to a data center, but then Douglas County Schools are asking for more money. Can we just clarify that we're not the same entity?
Sure. Douglas County School District is not the same entity as the Douglas County Commissioners. The Douglas County Board of Education determines how tax dollars that go to the school district are spent, and determines what kind of ballot questions to put on, and it's not related at all to our municipal partners, including the commissioners.
Thank you. And then there was one other recurring theme that really stuck out to me, and what was, as we've sort of alluded to in this presentation, this concern over like waste, fraud, and abuse. There's a perception that like the administration is bloated. Can you call to mind, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but can you call to mind any significant cuts we've made? And one of those slides with the administrative costs is really helpful. And any efforts we've undertaken to ensure that our central administration costs remain lean.
Yeah, I mean, you could see demonstrated from the charts, which I'm slowly making my way back to, that our central administration it's the leanest. I think it's leanest in the state, but it's definitely measurably the leanest in the Denver metro area. 3% of our employees are administrators compared to the 5%, which is the statewide average. And further, our actual costs. I mentioned the 23 human resources employees for a 7,600 employee organization. We simply can't get any leaner, and I think the Board of Education can also speak to that, because you've seen our cabinet in motion and how much work everyone takes on because we don't have people for that. It's us. So we do a lot of work. Our system sees that as well. This is when I first started in the district, we would often hear from our schools that they felt like there was too much money in Central. And today what we hear from our schools is, you guys need more help. So, you know, we really don't have our schools saying that we have too much in Central. In fact, they very much see how hard everyone is working. So we have a very lean central administration. We're committed to maintaining a lean central administration. When you look at the student opportunities that are part of this potential mill levy override, they all involve students and schools, having nothing to do with central admin support. So we're committed to continuing to operate leanly. That being said, our public needs to understand that this is a billion-dollar organization, and we do have to have people who do the payroll and who keep the books and who manage our human resources, et cetera. So.
Thank you.
Actually, one last thing to add to that. In terms of competitive pay, we aren't competitive anywhere. You know, I mean, I could give as many examples as our leaders have given. Our school leaders could be making, hopefully they're not listening, our school leaders could be making a lot more in another district. Our assistant principals aren't even remotely close to competitive. I've lost a cabinet member to another district for a 30% increase. So it's true across the board that we're just not able to maintain competitiveness. The people in our district are so incredibly dedicated to this school district and to our children. So I think that's really important to note as well.
Director Callahan.
Thank you all so much for your work around this. I have a couple questions around the polling. Some of the feedback that I've heard is around, this year's ballot is really full. Is the polling, or could the polling be skewed because of a potential blue wave? And really kind of some questions around the current climate and how that may or may not be impacting the response that we got back.
Yeah, I think that, anytime you're talking about the political environment, there's always a lot of ingredients that feed into that, right? It's not just the economy and what else is on the ballot, other political dynamics and attitudes towards current leadership. I think it's kind of a mixed bag. When you talk about what the blue wave may or may not do, all of our sampling, we try to build that in. And so when we're estimating what the turnout will be in November, we're factoring in a number of those things already. And so that's kind of baked into the cake, if you will, in terms of who will turn out. In terms of, the bias or something that might play out from that, I mean, obviously we do our job right. We do, try to get it right and try to know what those ratios are in terms of turnout by age, by gender, by party, all these things. As I mentioned to you, there are a number of things that are kind of creating cross pressure here. And although we have some trepidation and hesitation around the economy, although we do have a lot of things on the ballot, we always do. And the truth is that, as we look at 2026, I think that the nature of those dynamics will probably only further help this effort, to the extent that, again, those new voters, the younger voters that make up the kind of the lower propensity voters that will make up this November turnout, those additional voters tend to be more supportive, not less, of our proposal. And so I think, in that regard, maybe if anything, it would skew more our favor, not against. Did I address that?
Go ahead. Oh, actually one first. So, Director Geiger.
Two very different questions, so I'll try to pick. You mentioned, I think that's the 12th time you've talked about the economy. Am I correct in that the better people perceive the economy to be, the more likely they are to vote for a tax increase?
I mean, I think that there's some general truth to that. Yeah, obviously, I think what kind of tax matters a lot.
Certainly.
And not only how those benefits skew, but how that affects age, and in this case, school-age children, parents of school-age children. So it's not monolithic in that, or it's not the same no matter what tax you're talking about. I think different taxes impact people differently.
Is it fair to say, and I know you're not an economist, is it fair to say it's easier to predict the economy in 5 months than it is in 17?
It's easier to what?
It's easier to predict what the economy will like in fall of 2026 as opposed to the economy in the fall of 2027.
Sure. I mean, it's just like polling in that sense. We're much better at predicting what is soon than what is far away. Yeah.
And of course, we're told daily from Washington that the economy is going to explode in Q3. But if they're wrong, and 27 has an economic downturn, there's very little chance that would help our chance in 27, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think a bad economy is not going to help, no.
Okay. So if we go this year, we can at least hope that things will hang on until November 5th?
Again, I don't think it's not just off of one economic metric either, right? You've got the stock market, you've got a number of other things that are kind of feed into people's perception about the economy, and whether people have the budget to be able to afford these kind of investments. I think all those things are baked in, But again, I don't think it's not one metric. It's not like if suddenly we see unemployment shoot up or if we see the stock market take a turn. There's not going to be a direct correlation to, one-to-one on how that impacts a proposal like this, is my sense.
I have another one, but whoever else wants to go next.
I'm gonna go to Director Parker next.
So before I was a school board director, I thought, why don't we put it on the ballot every year and let the community decide, right? Why not let the community decide if they want to or they not, and why do we have to keep it off the ballot? And then I learned everything that goes into it. And so I don't really want to ask this question, but I feel like in transparency, how much does putting this on the ballot cost the district? How much have we put into it already, just for numbers to know how much, just for transparency?
Yeah, so when we do get it on the ballot, we pay the county per ballot that gets sent out, so per voter that gets mailed the ballot, and it depends on how much stuff is on the ballot of what we have to pay. So I'd say around 100,000, 150,000, just to put it on the ballot.
And how much have we spent so far?
In terms of what we've done to educate the community for this current year, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, when you talk about, we've done a mailing, so that's, I mean, probably 30,000-ish. We have a consultant, that's usually around 7,000 or 8,000 a month. It's for a small period of time, though, I will say that, because again, once you vote, if you vote to put it on the ballot, we're not able to do that anymore. So at that point, it turns over to the campaign, and those internal costs reduce significantly other than.
We won't have costs after, if we vote yes after this.
Yeah, so I would add a few things. Educating the community is something that we do every single year. And it's something that's really important to do. So it's really hard to separate. This is educating the community. It's not sunk cost. So even if it didn't end up being on the ballot or is on the ballot and it isn't successful, we have continued doing our job of informing our community what the school districts, how the school district is funded, what the school district is accomplishing, their return on investment, their return on past investments, and the school district's needs for the future. Those things hold true regardless of putting something on the ballot or not putting something on the ballot. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, one clarifying question for Jan. So because there's so much on the ballot predicted in November, would you say that it would cost the district less to put it on the ballot this year? Oh, it's hard to say.
It depends. It's hard to say.
Okay.
Generally, if there's more on the ballot, the cost of the ballot is spread over more parties.
Sure.
But also it depends on the number of words we use. There's a lot of factors.
A lot, okay.
And the space that we need.
Yeah,
you
no,
rent
there's so
space.
much into
we
it.
rent space
Yeah,
on the ballot.
no, I think it's important for everyone to know how much it really goes into it.
We do have a very concise ballot question this year, which is really helpful.
Cool.
Director Thompson?
Thank you for the presentations for both our groups. So just quickly piggybacking off of the workload, I know one of the things that I've been thinking a lot about is just staff capacity if it were to pass, to be able to implement spending. So we know how much work it is to spend the bond, and now we're adding another thing to staff's list on figuring out spending for. So I would like reassurance about staff capacity if this were to pass. But before we get there, my main areas of inquiry are mainly about the MLO plan and how it solves some sustainability challenges that the district's facing. So for example, I'm hearing staff compensation, and we heard comments earlier today during public comment about, and you mentioned as well, Superintendent Kane, like our assistant principal pay is a challenge. We know that we have shortages, like EA shortages. How does this MLO help solve that sustainability problem that we're having? As well as like thinking through, we have upcoming cuts that we keep hearing have to happen in the district. So is it safe for me to assume that when I look at this plan, everything listed on this plan is more important, I mean, that's kind of how you have to weigh it, are a higher priority than the things that we need to cut. So we'll start there.
Okay, so what I would say with regard to, I'm sorry, I've already lost the second part of your question, but the third part of your question regarding cuts, when we talk about cutting, we're talking about right-sizing our staff to match enrollment across our schools, and that goes for administration as well. So we need to do that regardless, because that's based on enrollment in our schools. If enrollment is going down, we need to make sure that the number of people that we have both centrally and in schools is proportionately cut to enrollment. So that happens kind of either way. Now, in terms of the priorities, and if staff has the capacity to implement the priorities, this is nothing like implementing a $490 million bond where we're managing $490 million worth of projects. Implementing a 4% compensation increase, is not burdensome on staff. We implement compensation changes every single year. And in terms of the student programming and managing that student programming, that's kind of built into what the cost of that student programming would be. So I hope that helps clarify that question. And I'm sorry, Director Thompson, there was something in the middle that I lost track of.
Solving our staff compensation issues around like how we have EA shortages, how our assistant principal pay is.
Okay, you also asked about sustainability. So in terms of solving a shortage, I don't think there's ever a silver bullet that will solve a shortage, but a 4% increase will significantly help. Any staff shortages that we have will be significantly helped by a 4% increase because it makes us competitive with other school districts. In terms of assistant principal pay and what was brought up today being disproportionate with teacher pay, this won't necessarily fix that because this is a 4%, very simple 4% across the board. So if assistant principals are already, if there's already teachers that make more than assistant principals, both of them will get a 4% increase, so their relative position won't change. Any inconsistencies that we have with compensation are places where we need to make adjustments. We do that as part of our regular compensation cycle and not as part of a mill levy override. And then finally, how does the mill levy override help with sustainability? The fact that it's indexed to the School Finance Act means it will increase by roughly inflation every year. So if you consider, for example, our security support, so let's say, I'm not picking on our partners, but let's say school resource officers. That cost increases to us every single year by inflation or more. And so if we've counted on a fixed dollar amount to address an increasing cost every year, that starts to cut out of the rest of general fund, or we can't maintain those ratios. So by having a mill levy override that does adjust with inflation over time, really helps it be more sustainable. So I hope I grabbed all of your questions there.
Great. I'm going to go back to Director Geiger, and we'll just come down the dais. So.
This is my fourth, because I was involved in the 2018 bond. What I found interesting in the polling data is the people have kind of already made up their minds on this. All right. I mean, I read Nextdoor, God help me, and Facebook, which could be worse. And I got to tell you, I've been seeing the same arguments since 2018. Yeah. There's nothing new out there opposing this. It doesn't appear to be that there's nothing new groups out there opposing this. I mean, it would have been nice if our broadcaster that came in today would have stayed and waited and got information, but that's the way this is going to work. When you do education, all you do is move a couple people one way, one up to more certain. That would seem to me, and I'd like your take on this, that means that our work between now and November, if we put this on the ballot, is a little bit less about persuading and more about holding.
No, I think that's exactly right, and I think that it's true. That's a kind of a rule of thumb in ballot measures in general, which is that you're almost always just trying to hold the current level of majority support throughout a campaign. And so to the extent that there's people poking holes and throwing out opposition to this, our goal, if we do good job. If everybody's, doing what they need to help this be successful, then we're able to hold that level of support around 55. I mean, that would be the objective. Very, very rarely are you able to take a yes and grow that without other external factors, like you mentioned, like the economy or other things that are going to raise the overall tide. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it's a lot of people have already made up their mind on generally on their attitudes towards proposals for the schools. That said, again, I think as we saw in our polling, it doesn't mean that it's a slam dunk, right? There is a way to lose it. Very hard for us to grow it and run up the number, as I said, to 60 plus. I don't see us doing that, but we do have to be careful that we don't take it for granted and then and let that 55 drop 5 points, which can happen in the course of a campaign. It does all the time. You're right, though. That is the goal. Would be to it's more on the reestablish and re-secure our base support in the early part of a campaign effort, and then late in the campaign, try to make sure we communicate to the people who are kind of more lower information as it relates to schools, knowing that they'll make up those decisions late. Try to do our best to communicate with them so that we can, keep, like you said, keep that extra 5%, keep them on the yes side.
And similarly, those who oppose this, and they are the same people from the same emails, they've got to come. If they don't come up with something new, it's real hard for them to grow their nose.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's generally true. Again, it maybe has more to do with macro factors than anything that they're going to come up with. Especially since the goodwill for the school is so high to start with. I mean, I think that's if you're opposed to this, you're kind of up against that. I think all of that goodwill.
Thank you.
Director Densler?
One other thing that I have heard, just because there is going to be so much on the ballot, is that we might not have the same kind of manpower to be involved in this campaign. And I definitely want to just acknowledge the fact that there are going to be a lot of people who organized for this kind of measure in the past who are going to be unable to do so this year. How confident are we that staff will be able to, absorb some of this load? Do we think that teachers are going to spend some weekends knocking on doors? I'm just kind of curious what that looks like.
I can only speak to our experience, but our experience with past campaigns has been that the vast majority of volunteers who volunteer their time on the weekends are our school leaders and our teachers. That has been our experience, that who is who the vast majority of the volunteers are, because they're fighting for their kids in our school system. So I would anticipate that will be true this time as well.
I just want to add, I think you can look at that both ways. So with so much on the ballot and so much at stake for each party, I think you may also see that a no side might have less capacity as well.
Director Callahan? Nothing? Okay. I really appreciated you speaking to the letter that went out to the community. I just read mine today. And I think it is a great way to educate folks. I just really want to understand the audience that it went out to. It went to all households. And then the survey information, I think I heard we will get that back in time for the next board meeting.
Yeah, we pulled a list of all voters in the school district, which even included a small group from Elbert County. And that's the most readily up-to-date and constantly updated database that we have access to. So we took that list, we householded it, so only one letter went to each household as being responsible with the funds we utilize. So I believe it went to 148,000 plus households. And now we're starting to see respondents to the survey giving us their feedback as part of, I think it's really important in this process when we're trying to educate and engage the community around the needs of the school district to have that feedback mechanism so folks can share their thoughts and opinions with you, the school board, and the school district team.
I can tell you, I already got a text from my mother who got hers.
I would also just add a few things. One, we have taken to traditional mail a little bit, generally just to communicate with our voters and our taxpayers about our school district, because we can't reach them all via email, but of course they are all investors in our school district, and it's responsible for us to tell our investors where their money is going and what they're paying for. The other thing that I would add on the survey is just, as Todd would say, a cautionary note, that it probably isn't statistically significant. I mean, the people who respond to the survey are going to be people who have a reaction. So we should just, I think, keep that in mind. We don't have very many survey results yet, but as they come in, we should keep that in mind, that it isn't quite the same as polling, which is very statistically significant.
Yeah, thank you. I just really appreciate the transparency and that we're reaching out to all taxpayers or households to make sure that we're informing individuals. I know there was a campaign, I don't know, 8-10 years ago where we had a consultant say, well, we don't want to tell people that it's on the ballot. So I don't really agree with that philosophy. So thank you for those efforts. Director Parker, do you have another question? Nope. Director Ryan?
It's gone. It was there, and now it's gone.
Director Thompson?
Yeah, so I want to start, especially since everyone's running out of questions now, so I have a little more time. I did want to start by talking a little bit about the board's role in this process. So, you know, the board provides guidance and direction to the superintendent through our ends, because we follow a policy governance model. And that means that we have charged the superintendent with not only achieving those ends, but through our policies and other processes, like the expectation is that you're supposed to identify solutions to funding challenges and prioritize the areas of interest. And I agree really strongly about, you know, that we're, you know, not making decisions in a vacuum, that we're, you know, engaging meaningfully with the community. I appreciate hearing the updates about the presentations. And so with that said, I know I've personally received a lot of questions about why did the board decide to start this conversation around MLO. And that's not how it happened, right? That's staff, that's operations. Staff identified the need and presented it to the board, and that's the process that's supposed to take place. And so you've presented a case to us, you've identified the areas of priority, we've heard the argument for it. I could say I have, based off of what's elevated to the board, personal preferences about what I wish that this actually covered. But I recognize that I'm not in the weeds, and I recognize that you guys are. So I want to get that out. So for example, during public comment, I heard ADVID programming, and I'm like, yes, throw that on here. And I probably would be like, you know what I mean? Like, but that's not the point, right? So anyways, I think that needs to get out, and I think the public needs to be aware that that's how this process works. So I have just kind of like, with that said, I just have some technical stuff. I noticed that our charter school share, the percentage we're seeing is 24%, but if you were to do 24% of the full dollar amount, it's a different amount than what we're presenting. Can we just speak to why that number might look a little different? Right?
Well, I can speak to the fact that the charter school percentage is different than the charter school percentage that you would see if you looked at, say, districts' enrollment, because Hope Online is one of our charter schools, and they have a significant number of students that are not part of Douglas County, that are in Pueblo or wherever else. And so the MLO is shared with the schools that are physically located here in Douglas County. So that's the difference between why it would say 24% versus 26 or 27%. It's because of that. online school that's in other areas. So that's that part. And I don't have the other answer to your question without going and calculating the numbers, so I'm happy to do that.
Okay, yeah, I was just like, if you just do a rough calculation, what is 12% of the total amount? It's just a different amount, and that's all. Just getting clarity on
I'm
how
sure it
that
was a very
works.
exact number that ended up getting rounded for the purpose of the presentation.
And then, with that said, I know it says here, that our charters will, so to make compensation for charter school teachers and staff more competitive. Does that mean that that's the only way that charter schools can use their share?
The charter schools can use their share in any of the ways that we're presenting the MLO will be used. They typically give us a plan for how each individual charter school will give us a plan for how they intend to use the dollars so that we can verify that it meets the ballot question. And so that process will happen as it did in 2023.
And just speaking to our charter schools, I know we haven't, the board hasn't, it doesn't mean you guys haven't heard from the charters about how this will help or address their needs. I think I brought it up in a previous meeting that would be helpful, I think.
Yes, thank you for that question. We have spoken to all of our charter leaders quite some time ago, actually, about the MLO proposal and if they are seeing similar needs in their schools. And to a person, they were all very passionate that they are seeing the same needs. Their needs are primarily compensation, but all of them felt that the ballot question represents what they need.
Great. Would you mind going to slide 22, please, where it explains the difference between the fixed mill levy override and the indexed mill levy override? I think this is a really important slide. The last bullet under fixed mill levy override, very unusual, meaning other municipalities collect tax rates that adjust with inflation and growth each year. When you say other municipalities, does that refer to Douglas County government municipalities? Does that refer to other districts or counties?
Thank you for that question. I was referring to local municipalities, so fire, police, city, Douglas County government, etc. I can use the Parks and Recreation tax as an example. I believe they collect 2 mills to maintain open space and parks, but it's 2 mills. So what they collect from 2 mills gets higher and higher each year, so they're able to deal with escalating costs. When we run something, we run a fixed dollar amount. So it would be like if they ran $10 million to maintain parks and open space, and 6 years later, that $10 million is nowhere near enough. So they run a mill rate. That's what I was referring to.
And would you say it's common for other school districts also to run the indexed mill levy versus the fixed mill levy?
In the Denver metro area, I would say yes, it's common for other school districts to run an indexed mill levy override. Mill levy overrides can be run in a variety of different ways. They can be a fixed dollar amount, they can be a fixed mill amount, or they can be indexed. And we certainly see a mixture of those depending on the school districts and the communities.
And this is still related, so I'm going to ask this additional question. Could you explain the recent changes to the School Finance Act, which is allowing us to ask for a certain ask this year that will expire in future years?
Sure. The previous School Finance Act allowed districts to ask local taxpayers for up to 25% additional funding through a general mill levy override. The most recent School Finance Act allowed that cap to go up to 28%, only for certain districts that were actually disadvantaged by the recent School Finance Act. So Douglas County falls into that category. But you have to ask your taxpayers if they are willing to move the cap from 25% to 28%. You have until 2030 to ask them that. And so this one ballot question accomplishes asking the taxpayers to raise the cap according to the law to the 28% that we qualify for and then to index it at that 28%.
Thank you. All right, Director Thompson, I know you were waiting, but Director Ryan, and then Director Thompson.
And this is just to further clarify that point on the School Finance Act. When you say that we were disadvantaged, we actively lost money in how the School Finance Act was reallocated, and that money moved away from our district. That's why we have the ability to go to our taxpayers and ask to sort of fill that hole that was created.
Yes, we lost relative money, is what I would say.
Yeah, everyone increased to some extent, but we were disadvantaged in the percentage that we increased. So even at 100% implementation, it's a few $1 million for us. Toward Denver, it's millions and millions of dollars. So our relative standing decreases, which is why the legislators allowed us to ask for that increase in another way.
Director Thompson.
I guess, and then also adding on to that is we know we're underfunded just generally speaking, because we've had, there've been studies about how much it costs to per pupil to fund an education, a quality education, and we're below that mark. So the question that I have is, can you just clarify the role of the MBOC, so our Mill Bond Oversight Committee? Earlier in the presentation, there was points about just the local community piece and how, a local governing board and there's an oversight committee, and it really shows that this is, a localized effort. So if you could just talk about what that oversight role looks like would be great.
Yeah, we have an amazing group of community volunteers that come together and meet with us on a quarterly basis throughout the year. And right now, we're really focused on the bond and the spend of the bond. But especially during budget time and then after the audit, we come back to those mill levy override promises that we made to voters of exactly how we were going to spend those funds. And we review, here's what we budgeted for, and here's where those expenses actually went. And they do push back on us and ask us questions. It's not just a rubber stamp. They really challenge us to give them great information and information in different ways, and they are very active in how we spend those funds.
I would add a couple of things just for the public. One is that the Mill Bond Oversight Committee is a committee of citizens. It's a board committee. So the Committee of Citizens is appointed by the Board of Education, and they come and report to the Board of Education once a year. So you will have a report from the Mill Bond Oversight Committee on August 25th, the same date you vote on a potential mill levy override, so you can hear from them kind of what their work is and what their assessment is of how the spend has gone for both the 2023 mill levy override and the 2024 bond.
And then could you just add about oversight of charter spending, since that's a quarter of? Thanks.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the charter schools send us a plan for how they plan to spend the dollars. As long as their financials line up with that plan, then we know that they have spent it the way they said they would.
And we also ask them specifically around the security side of where they're spending their security dollars, and they report back to us annually, here's where we have spent our share of the security MLO.
Who else has questions at this point? Anyone? I'll ask a question and then I'll go back to you. MLO support in other districts. Mr. Vitale, I'm wondering if you kind of track what you see in other school districts who are considering going out for an MLO?
Yeah, I mean, we do these all over the country, and I think certainly in Colorado, and if you're asking me like how does support level compare? Yeah, I mean, I think that look, I think Douglas County is one of the most supportive communities that I've tested in, and so frankly, the numbers are pretty strong. I think that certainly we've seen changes to this area demographically over time, but I think as far as like right now how it stacks up, I certainly I'm pulling on a lot of things, not just school measures, and I would say that we're certainly seeing some softening in support for certain things, but schools is holding up pretty well. But I do think you guys are even better than many of the places I go to.
I don't know if this is helpful, but I was at the CASE conference last week talking with different districts that are looking at MLO efforts, and the next highest one I heard was 51% support.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly have recommended this year to a number of my clients that you shouldn't go. This is not a good time for your district. It's not the case here, but that is certainly something that I'm seeing across the country, some of that softening.
Director Thompson?
I'm glad you switched to that because I was going to switch back to a campaign question because anyways, it didn't feel appropriate to ask it when it was finally my turn. So I know that, if the board were to pass putting this on the ballot, the weight goes to the campaign team, and they carry a huge weight and burden following that decision. And so I guess my question is really around if that level of support is different this year, how confident do we still feel about the success based off of the polling results?
Yeah, I mean, I think the polling results suggest that, that'll be more competitive, more difficult than maybe it was last in 2024, but at the same time, I think we're still in that range. I mean, I think if I were looking at a number that was, closer to 50, I think I would be coming in singing a little bit different tune for you guys, a little bit more caution, and maybe even, pause and wait. But because it's held up now a couple times in a couple different versions, I think 55 is a path forward. It's I think enough to encourage you that you can do that and have a good chance of success.
I can't speak for the campaign team, of course, but we've certainly heard from a lot of the district partners who often donate to campaigns for mill levy overrides and bonds that they are certainly willing to do so for a 2026 MLO. But again, I can't speak for the campaign.
Great. Directors, I think we're at time unless there are any other burning questions. So thank you all again for all of the information and the presentation. This is really helpful, not just to us, but for our entire community who have the ability to watch this back later and make sure that they can understand the issues at play as well. So thank you again. Really appreciate your time. So, and with that, I think we are at our recess. So let's take about 15 minutes and start back at 7:45. come to order. We are reconvened following the recess. The next item we have on our agenda is policy BG-E. This exhibit identifies which district policies remain under the board's authority and which are delegated to the superintendent. The proposed updates primarily bring BGE current with policies adopted and revised since its last update. And with that, this is our second reading, so I'm not sure if there's any presentation or if we just open it up for questions.
Yeah, there's no presentation. It's just open for questions, and General Counsel Klemesh is happy to answer them.
Perfect. Are there questions on our second reading? Director Thompson?
Thank you for the updates. I saw that some of our more recent policies were added. Actually, you know, when I was thinking about just this policy in general, do we feel that something like including the dates that a policy was last updated would have any value in this table, or having any type of directive about how this is maintained in the beginning section, like it's reviewed annually, or, you know, like kind of setting the stage for those types of things?
Thank you for the question, Director Thompson. I want to point out that this is really not a policy, it's an exhibit to policy BG. So when you read policy BG, it actually identifies that there should be a chart and what it contains. And policy BG identifies that this chart should contain the delegation of authority. It doesn't discuss or direct that anything else be included in the chart. The revisions that are proposed are essentially to update it based upon additional policies that have been added, etc. And I made a proposed change to how it is shown in the chart by separating each of the sections and including the title of the sections to assist the reader of the chart and understanding the chart. With respect to the dates, I just would want to point out that when you look at, I believe, the public-facing website, and I think our cabinet member, Mark Blair, could tell us that I believe the dates are posted on the PDF title for each of the policies that are posted on the website. Mark's giving me the thumbs up on that. But I believe if there were changes made to what is included on this chart, or what the board would direct in that regard, that would be a change to policy BG.
So I noticed at the end of the exhibit, it has the approval date. The original approval was April 2nd, 2019. It was revised in December of 2023. So this will be the next revision since that last revision. So I do wonder, like, is it something that should be looked at annually to see, or like what is the cycle to know how often the exhibit should be updated? I guess that's my wondering.
I was just, my apologies, I was reading policy BG. Policy BG identifies that there be review of policies on a continuous basis. So it's kind of like defining what that means. Is it a regular basis? Is it, you know, it seems to me like this is the review that has occurred that in my opinion makes sense in light of the number of changes that we've made. I think are relatively minimal. It could be done on a yearly basis. However, it may be that there isn't a significant number of changes in a year's time that would require revising this chart, or in a year's time or 6 months' time, there might be a lot of revisions into the future, which might dictate that it would be helpful to update the chart. So I think leaving it non-specific would make sense but in light of the fact that policies can be revised at the direction of the board at any time, to me, it seems that this should be kept fluid and that it should be revised as it makes sense to the particular circumstances that exist at the time.
So maybe it's just an awareness for us as board members as we are approving policies, if anything is being changed or new, you know, noting that this exhibit, it would be important to update the exhibit. So, okay. Are there other questions from board directors? Director Geiger?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
I have a motion
All right.
to adopt revised BGE on second reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Geiger and seconded by Director Callahan that the board approve the updated policy BGE or exhibit BGE. The motion's open for any further discussion at this time. Seeing none, I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. So now we are on to policy IKF for a first reading. This is graduation requirements policy, and I will turn it over to the superintendent.
Mr. Reynolds is going to talk to you for just a couple of minutes about this very simple revision.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to describe this change. So you'll see that there's a very short red line in this document. It's on, I believe, the second or third page, right at the very top. So this policy in reference to graduation exercise, in order to participate in graduation exercises, they say you have to be a full-time student. The reference in the current policy talks about an equivalency of courses. We're trying to rewrite this and revise this to align better with the Colorado Code of Regulations, which defines what a full-time student is. There's some confusion in regards to what constitutes a class or a course in terms of the time, and the Colorado Code of Regulations really specifies what it means to be a full-time student. So this is our effort to really align the language within this policy with the Colorado Code of Regulations.
Great, thank you very much. Directors, Director Geiger.
Obviously, that's the best process. Do we know exactly which of the Colorado Code of Regulations? The Colorado Code of Regulations is thick, and if we could cite to the specific statute, I would, as a lawyer,
we anticipated that would be a question, and so if you look to the legal references, we actually added the Code of Colorado Regulation that would be applicable, and the section. It's 8.04 of 1 CCR 301-71.
But it might make sense not to cite it in the policy because who knows, they
It
might
could change
They
or
might
revised.
recodify.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Director Ryan.
And just so everybody knows, I looked it up because I saw that in there. It's 360 hours per semester is full-time student. That's how it's codified now, but this allows it to change as the law changes.
Any other questions? Okay, as this is a first reading, we're not voting on this evening, and typically we will make this available for the community to comment on and provide any feedback. Anything further? All right, that was very quick and easy. Thank you. Yep, thank you very much. All right, our next item is board retreat reflections. We have 10 minutes on our agenda for this. This is just an opportunity. We always like to spend a little bit of time in the meeting following a retreat, just talking about what we did and how the time was spent. I would say the retreat really focused on strengthening governance, communication, monitoring, and collaboration among not just the board, but cabinet as well, and our leadership from our board committees were also part of that. We have 10 minutes again on this, just for us to share any reflections. And before I share mine, I will just open up the floor. Actually, I'd like to thank Director Parker for helping to really pull together the retreat agenda and help shape how that day looked. And it was really helpful, and I appreciated that. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure, if that's what you're passing me the ball, I will take it. I thought it was a really awesome time for the board to be able to talk. Yeah, no, okay. I feel like the board and the cabinet work so closely together and yet don't get a lot of time to really discuss and talk about how close and similar we are on what our ends are and how we're all on all with the same things. And I think having a place to kind of, I don't know, talk to each other as humans is really important. And so I really like that. I know during the mill levy talk, we talked about transparency with our committees. And so I really liked having time talking to our or our committee chairs and talk about the importance of dissent and how that can push people to better everyone in the room. So I just thought the topics were really nice. And then I thought the perspective about the monitoring reports will help tremendously on both ends, because I think we, again, are all on the same page. We just have no idea how to get there, and having a third party help navigate that and facilitate that, I found it very fruitful.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me put you on the spot. Other directors, Director Densler.
Okay, this is a little bit silly, but I've heard this come up a number of times, so I just wanted to dispel the idea that we are on some sort of relaxing retreat. I have heard some people criticize the fact that we're on a board retreat because it conjures up this image of, like, I don't know, a spa environment. This was just like an 8-hour work session here. It's just a meeting. And I don't know, I felt like it was important to dispel any misconceptions around that. But to echo Director Parker, I think that it was productive. I just love hearing from some of the board committees that I'm not the liaison for and don't get to interact with. We just have so many incredibly dedicated, thoughtful, community members who volunteer their time very selflessly to help guide decisions and make recommendations. And it was just really great to, again, have interactions with committees that I don't normally get to see, as well as the cabinet, obviously.
Director Callahan.
I think a couple of thoughts come to mind. One, I think it was really valuable to be able to hear directly from the cabinet and hear some of the, hear directly from you, your experience, and how some of the board interactions have landed for you all. And I think that was super informative and will help inform things going forward. And then I think President Meek, I think bringing in the consultant that specializes in policy governance, that will be working with both staff and the board, I think is a really prudent move that will, I think, make things a lot more efficient and moving forward.
Any other? Director Thompson?
Yep. I just want to mention just appreciation for our facilitator, especially for our team building exercises and the unique approach to activities, and then to our board committees. There was just a lot that we asked of them leading up to the retreat, and we had really meaningful, helpful engagement and feedback by our committee leaders that I think is really valuable and is going to help us moving forward.
Director Geiger?
First of all, echoing everything about the committee leaders and the committee membership, it's been a pleasure working with them on the MLOs and responding to and hearing from them on their concerns and trying to respond to them. As to the portion about oversight, that was probably, was undoubtedly the most frank discussion that I've ever had or ever seen between the board and committee. It was not the kind of thing that occurred under the last board. And I think it was very valuable to hear everybody's viewpoints, which were professionally but strongly expressed. I think as we navigate the monitoring reports and how we proceed, I think there's still going to be some rough patches, but I do believe, I hope, that everybody came out of that room understanding what everybody's goal is. And those are not universal, and they're going to vary at times. But I appreciated hearing directly from cabinet members some of their concerns.
Any other reflections? I will just say thank you, Director Denzler, for pointing out a retreat is not a spa. It was a rather long work day that started early and went late. And the board directors, I just want to thank all of you for being willing to invest your time. It's on top and it's above and beyond what you already do. And cabinet and staff that attended that day, it's above and beyond at one of the most busiest times of the year as you're getting ready for a new school year. And our committee leadership, as Director Thompson said, they really worked hard the past couple of months. They attended each other's committee meetings, they did pre-surveys, they held conversations, they met with Director Geiger and I multiple times. Everyone invested a lot of time and energy, and you know, I think I just am so honored to be part of this group, a group of individuals who are willing to rise to that level and give themselves. There was one comment that was made during the retreat that's kind of stuck with me a little bit. Part of the conversation with our facilitator really was on psychological safety. It might sound like a buzzword for some people, but you know, what I think that means is people show up and they're willing to speak up, they're willing to give their ideas, they're willing to make themselves vulnerable. And there was a comment, as I understood it, that was, well, you're elected officials, so you don't get to have that. And yeah, I think it's my job as the chair to do my best to try to ensure that all of us, I mean, the whole governance team, feels like they can and need to speak up and, you know, put themselves out there. And so, you know, I think of course we can't control being criticized, you know, publicly by others or, you know, people having different opinions. But what we can do is decide to work together as a team where we are doing our best to make each other stronger as a team. So I just thought that was worth kind of pointing out there because I do think all of us deserve an opportunity to give our all to this job. And I think all of us are willing to help create an environment where we can do that as a team. So I appreciate that. So with that, I think that's probably, I don't know, Superintendent Kane, I'm not sure I gave you much of a chance to share either. I don't want to put you on the spot either.
Sure. I would just say that from the staff perspective, Cabinet and I felt really good about the meeting. We felt heard and understood, and especially when it came to some of the disagreements around monitoring reports, and we feel positive and optimistic. So thank you for giving us the time.
Thank you so much. And with that, I think we are pretty much at time for this topic. The next topic really feeds into the same retreat because we did spend a lot of time at the retreat talking about the board governance executive limitations. And tonight we have a second reading for those executive limitations. This work really has developed over the past several months, and the outside consultant has helped as well with formulating some changes and suggested updates to them. I think they've been streamlined, and tonight we have them on the agenda for approval, which then allows the superintendent to move forward with the monitoring cycle. That we'll get to next. I'll take a motion to approve the executive limitation policies, and then we can go into discussion after that. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. There we go.
All right, it's been moved by Director Denzler and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve our board governance executive limitations policies. And so we're open for discussion right now. And I was remiss for not thanking Director Ryan for his work at the retreat. Again, we spent a lot of time and worked really hard walking through these, and there was some finishing revisions, and Director Ryan took that on. So thank you very much for doing that and preparing the memo explaining some of those changes. So with that, we are in discussion.
I think one of the biggest non-changes, which I'll take credit for not doing work on that one, is we did talk about consolidating 8 into EL8 into the new EL7. When I went back and looked through the actual written language for each of those, EL7 is future focused, and then EL8 is past focused, and so it makes sense to have those running in tandem. EL7 is about the plan for financial resources, and then EL8 is about the implementation of that plan. So that's the reason that that didn't happen. That was the big one that I at least wanted to point out, because that was something that we had covered, and I did not make that change to these.
Director Thompson, did I see your hand up?
I just wanted to make a note for anybody who might be seeing the revisions for the first time. We did have a lot more information provided around the revisions in the retreat agenda, including it. You know, you just mentioned some rearrangement, but it looks like entire sections were crossed out. They weren't. It was just they were added into different sections. And so at the documents that were provided publicly during the retreat has comments that kind of explain where they went. And so if you're looking at this for the first time, like, why did you cross out this really important section? That's not what happened. It just got moved around in a way that made more sense.
Thank you for that explanation. Yeah, we could have posted that document as well on here. It really was a very detailed roadmap of the rationale for the various edits. Any other comments, questions? Director Ryan?
Just to make that absolutely clear, I think the biggest one people will notice is EL10 is completely stricken, it looks like, but that's just put into EL9 under 9, 10, and 10.1. Those are pretty much verbatim what was there. I removed a comma splice. That's what changed that.
Director Thompson.
I think it would be helpful to do just one more recap. What is an EL? What does this policy do? And how does it relate to monitoring? Just for, like, we see how much of a process it is for all of us to be on board with policy governance. And so just taking the opportunity to educate the public.
Is there a volunteer? Are you volunteering me? No one else wants to? Okay. Executive limitations are really the guardrails for the superintendent. The way policy governance works, we have one employee that we delegate to. The ends statements are what we are looking for the organization to achieve. So we have an end statement, and you'll see that referenced all the time when Superintendent Kane's giving her presentations on the strategic plan, because it all feeds or is aligned with the overall goals for what the organization is here to achieve. In addition to the ends, we say, go forth. We are delegating, we are giving you the authority to make decisions, operational decisions for the organizations as long as you stay within these boundaries. And those boundaries are what are called executive limitations. Does that make sense? Anyone have any other updates that you would recommend?
I would just say, and then the role with monitoring.
So our role as board members, we have 3 roles. We connect with our community, so we know what our community's values are. We make sure they're reflected in the policies, our governance policies. And then the third role is accountability, and that's what monitoring is about. We then look to make sure that the policies are working the way they have been put in place. And so that's what that monitoring schedule that we will get to, it will be updated because there's a whole different number of monitoring reports that will be coming forth because of the change to the executive limitation policies. Anything else you had, Director Thompson? No? Director Geiger?
One of the things that struck me at the retreat and that strikes me with this is there is an inherent tension in that we want to keep ELs clear and we do not want to be changing them repeatedly. That is unfair to both staff and the superintendent. That said, there is a significant danger of them becoming stale. And I think ongoing boards are going to have to figure out how they have a regular review of the ELs without causing a great deal of uncertainty in how things are going forward. I think, however, when we look at changing policies, when we're asked to address new issues from the public, when new things come up, we should always, and this is something I'm still learning, maybe the rest of you knew, is that the next question should be, does this affect our ends? Does this affect our executive limitations? And there have been, over the last few years, as I've come to realize how this works, a lot of times the policies have been changed without really looking at, one, did they comport with the ends? Or should the ends be changed if those policies are important? And 2, the executive limitations have not been clearly expressed or at times ignored by the board in reviewing the performance of our superintendent. So as we go forward, as future boards go forward, I hope there becomes a routine of looking at the executive limitations and the ends to make sure that they meet the current conditions. I like these. I think we've got them to a point that they work well for right now. I don't want to go about and do significant changes every 6 months. I'd like to keep our superintendent with us. But I do, the thing I am learning here, and this is all new to me, is that this is where the decisions have to be lodged once we make them. And as long as we keep that in mind and pass that on to future boards, because the way it works is we have some continuing institutional memory, I think this is a very valuable document.
Thank you. Yes. So the whole monitoring is meant to be routine, systematic look at the organization, and it's all based on the executive limitations and the ends. And that very first job that we talked about, connecting with those on whose behalf we're making decisions, that's why when we come back and we talk about, when we met with this stakeholder group, one of the questions we always should be looking at is, are we hearing things that are we hearing a trend that maybe there is a tweak to our end statement? Is there a tweak to executive limitations? Because that's how we influence and impact the organization. But that's how all 3 steps kind of fit together and make sense. And I think we as a board are learning all of that together, and I think our outside consultant's really going to help with that as well as we're moving forward. So with that, we have a motion on the table, and if there's no further discussion, I will call roll. I don't see any hands. Okay. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
Right, the motion passes 7-0. So we now officially have a new set of executive limitations. Congratulations. We spent a lot of time on that.
Thank you, Director Ryan, for the additional work after the.
Happy to help.
Thank you. All right, guys, it is 8:16, and we are now at item 10.5, Board Committee Priorities. So every year, the board reviews the priorities that have been established for our standing committees and considers any adjustments for the year ahead. Building on the conversation with committee leadership at our July retreat, what I'd like to do tonight is just walk through each of our board committees' priorities and identify if there are areas that we feel we need to revise or update, and then we'll bring those back in 2 weeks for the business meeting to approve. And just real briefly, I think what we heard at the retreat from our board committees, you know, I think overarching like expectations were shared that aren't really about their priorities. It's more about how we engage with those board committees. And I think what I heard from them, you know, engaging committees early and when practical on significant matters within their areas of responsibility. Clearly identifying when the board is requesting advice or recommendations and the specific question or decision the committee is being asked to inform us. Providing committees with timely information necessary to support meaningful discussion, communicating how committee feedback and recommendations were considered in subsequent board deliberations and decisions. We've heard that over the years. You know, we ask people to give us their input and they want to hear what we did with it, right? Encouraging collaboration among board committees when issues overlap areas of responsibility, and supporting regular communication among committee leadership, board liaisons, and appropriate staff. So really, those are some of the major themes I heard from our committee leaders, not really about their priorities, but more about how we work with them and how we operate. Did you guys hear anything different around the how? Okay. Not seeing any. Why don't we bring up the priorities on the screen for last school year? I think that might be the easiest way to kind of walk through each of those committees. First is the District Accountability Committee, and that one typically doesn't change a whole lot. It's pretty much driven by statutory, you know, areas that they need to participate in. Oh, okay. Okay, no worries, no worries. So on the DAC, I'm gonna put people on the spot. Our DAC liaisons, I'm wondering if you have had a chance to look at those priorities from 25-26 to see how they might need to be updated for 26-27. And if it's helpful, I can read through the 5 items.
So I'm not on the DAC currently as a liaison, but just elevating what I heard during the retreat around engagement with the SACs. And so I'm wondering if the other DAC topics, that first bullet, if we can maybe expand it to go or move beyond communication.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
I'm wondering if we address the first bullet under other DAC topics to just include or be more comprehensive than just communication.
Do you have suggested language for how to update it?
Engagement and communication, something that just provides another actionable thing besides like sending emails. I mean, I don't want to define it too much because I feel like we can empower our committee to do it, but.
Oh, thank you. So we're looking at the, oh, that's the cover sheet, sorry. It's the actual priorities document. Okay. Okay, thank you.
wondering if we want to add the school accountability committee communication, and just sort of embed it in number 3 above, like, give advice to increase parent, well, okay, actually
Well,
strike that.
I
Nope,
actually
it's
had
different.
similar thoughts. So let
Okay.
so provide advice regarding parent and family engagement, including opportunities to strengthen communication between school accountability committees, DAC, and the board.
I like the direction of that, because I think they're fundamentally doing the same thing, engaging parents who may not be part of school accountability committees and like engaging school accountability committees. I think that sometimes those efforts could look duplicative, even though they're reaching different stakeholders. So I think that potentially embedding one into the other could potentially solve that. But I agree with you. I think there should be a specific call out for the school accountability committees.
What I read that just really said strengthen communication between SACs, DAC, and the board. I think I was hearing you say communication and engagement. Is that
I'm indifferent. If we're addressing it in another way, is fine with me.
Okay, I will, and I'm going to leave it to both of our liaisons to come back with proposed updates on the DAC. The other item I saw in here, learn about the new strategic plan in areas that align with key priorities, feels maybe dated at this point. I don't know if there's.
I agree. Yeah, I think I tend to agree.
Number 5, that's, learn about new strategic plan in areas that align with its key priorities.
I think a lot of that work was accomplished. I can't speak to years prior, but this past year, I know that we had a lot of conversations around the survey that went out to SACs and the strategic priorities that were embedded in that and how we were all understanding them. So I would tend to agree with you.
Any other thoughts on DAC?
No, but we have a DAC meeting tomorrow. I don't know if I know the agenda, it's on my email, but what are you, when we do the board updates, what are you
This would be a perfect time to talk with the DAC committee as a whole committee.
Yes.
And you guys can come back with suggested edits as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a perfect time to be part of the update.
Okay, I was just.
Yep, good question.
We're all thinking.
All right, let's go to the Fiscal Oversight Committee. And I think for this committee, we are going to have 2 liaisons this year. So right now, there are 3 standing focus areas and then areas of inquiry. Do you guys have the document up in front of you? Okay.
I'm less useful since I'm brand new. I'll defer to Director Thompson.
So I know that we are bringing this back to our committees for additional revisions, but just kind of getting your guys' input on 3. So I think we need to do a mix of, what is realistic versus, or even maybe if it's not staying in a standing focus area, it can maybe move to like other topics or something along those lines, where if the capacity of the committee is to address it, great, but it feels like we have a standing thing here that hasn't come to fruition.
Has the committee talked about it or engaged on it and basically?
They have a full plate.
Okay, so it's a capacity issue.
Yes, but I think that if it's a priority and the board really wants it, they would make that happen and staff would make that happen. But I think we should have a conversation if we feel that that is a priority, or do we feel like it's already fulfilled through the work of staff with like the bond website and funding information that's already provided to the public? Is there value in another version? I'm sure there is a value in another version, just how high of a priority is it based off of their other responsibilities?
Director Ryan?
I think there's a way for it to combine with this continuing education effort by staff and the cabinet and everybody presenting on this information about school financing. I think there's a way that this informs that in big ways and can become a tool for the district to make sure that our community knows this is how we're struggling, this is the areas that we're working, these are the cuts that we're making. I see it as a way to bolster some of the stuff that's being presented by staff. I haven't been to, the plate sounds very full, but I feel like that's a good way to also tie into the assessing future needs. This would act as a sort of master capital plan for FOC, whereas they're coming at it from a more operational standpoint rather than capital.
I think the desire historically has been, could there be a very user-friendly guide that the community could use to start to understand, the district's budget, because it's so overwhelming. And I think that was the original desire that led to this. But you're right, this has been on there for multiple years, and it sounds like if it's above and beyond, if it's asking for more than they have the capacity to do.
I think it might need to be like subcommittee work, right? For sure. So you need, just like the audit is subcommittee work. If it's important, if the board finds it's important, like I said, I believe that it would get delivered. It's just identifying it as a high priority or removing it is my
I'd love to hear other thoughts from board directors.
I just know it's been on there a lot, and there hasn't been a great deal of progress. I think there's a value to some sort of user-friendly one, but honestly, I think asking FOC to draft it or create it is asking too much from our volunteers. Now, putting on there that they will comment on district education on financial issues, I think there is a role for them at times to say whether or not they think that what the district is putting out is effective. But having them draft this entire book, they just haven't had time. The FOC works really hard, and this is not their area of expertise, to be honest with you.
So there's definitely been like supplemental things that have happened, right? So for example, but they're not, I wouldn't say they're necessarily like super friendly for the public, right? Like it's proactive work from staff to, work with the FOC on things like, one of them was like the calculation, how we calculate the cost of putting a measure on the ballot, like how much it's going to cost taxpayers and how we calculate that and the rationale behind that calculation. Like that is something that I feel was really valuable. It's good to have it publicly available. Doesn't necessarily fit in how this is described as a budget guide, but it is an important supplemental thing that is kind of naturally occurred through this committee, through collaboration with staff.
Superintendent Kane, I think you had a comment.
I did, yeah. I just wanted, as the board is considering if a online citizens budget guide is a priority, I would also ask the board to keep in mind staff capacity, because it's staff who would have to implement whatever the ideas are. I see my CTO is frantically nodding over there. We don't have that capacity right now, so if that's identified as a priority by the board, we would have to let go of other things.
Other directors?
I think what I'm hearing is there's a way to formulate it as, instead of acting as some sort of overarching budget guide, that FOC guides the way that financials are being presented to the community to make sure that it's accurate and also vet it to make sense to the folks that it's being presented to. So maybe that's how it changes.
And I think that consistency piece, and I like the idea of it's kind of already naturally occurring, and it just reinforces that that is of value to the board.
So what I'm hearing is like an interactive guide is probably not what we're asking for or thinking about. So when does the FOC meet next?
we can work with them on language, like based off of this conversation and how that would look based on how they interpret their contributions.
Okay.
This next one isn't until, next meeting isn't until September 10th.
Okay. You guys can work with them offline. Okay. That sounds, do you have other questions from the board to move forward and have that conversation?
It kind of is covered in 4, so maybe it'll be a mix of like 4 and 3, but finding a way to make it feasible for the committee and staff.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna take us into long-range planning committee. It's a rather long one. I will open it up to our liaisons.
If I
Dr.
might,
Geiger.
and I'm sure Director Ryan will correct me. One will have to change the boundaries. We've already voted on the boundaries on the Ridgegate and Sterling Ranch area. So that, I think we're probably gonna, I'm not aware, and COO can tell me, I don't think there's any big boundary changes coming down the line in the next year. So I think probably this could be, number one can be substantially, basically cut back to the first sentence, and as needed. 2, on the master capital plan. I think we need to probably revise this because there will not be what those of us who have been around for a while regard particularly as a master capital plan, because the process is going to greatly improve under the new COO with the introduction of the new evaluation system for our facilities and our capital needs. So I think probably 2 is going to change to talk about a much more dynamic process of working with the district and trying to figure out if we're going to do a snapshot. So I think in 2, it's probably time for us to be a pretty broad, leave a lot of discretion to both the committee and the COO and how they're going to look at that in the future and how they're going to correlate that. I don't think we're ever again going to have a 300-page book. I think that's the goal. So I will look at phrasing on 2 to talk about that they will make recommendation to the board regarding the capital needs, that kind of thing, in a format that fits with the current facilities and the current facilities usage program, who has an acronym whose name has completely escaped me as we sit here today.
FMX.
Yeah, thank you.
So the facilities management, and then X stands for something that doesn't start with an X, of course.
Yeah. I will tell you that we're vastly and greatly improving how we're going to evaluate our facilities and our equipment, that will have a much more real-time component to what we need to work on. The next bond plan, whenever that may be, will be vastly better than the last one we had. Not to criticize those who put together the last one, we're just simply using better technology. As to 3, that is essentially, and I think that number 3 probably will remain the same. That's an important part, and we're required to do a land inventory and do a report to the board by November by statute. So that is what's included in that. And then, 4 will remain the same. So Director Ryan and I will work with, LRPC will not meet again before we come back on August 25th, but I think we can at least run it past leadership.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. Next one is the mill and bond. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Thompson.
So I'm pretty sure this is what you're saying, Director Geiger, but just to spell it out. So it would be helpful, and again, this is what I think you were saying, but like the piece with maintenance, like tracking maintenance needs, right? That's the same system, the FM, okay.
Yeah, what we're at,
what their role is will be reflected.
and that, like, the work that's kind of already happening will be just better reflected, okay.
And there will still be a role for LRPC to kind of collate that and give a broad overview about what our needs look like monetarily and that kind of thing. But rather than saying, well, this boiler's 20 years old, it needs to be replaced, we'll know whether it's a 15-year-old boiler that needs to be replaced or the 25-year-old boiler may still be running. So it's going to be, the old National Capital Plan was based on basically general usable life of certain equipment. The new plan will say this piece of equipment, this boiler in Cougar Run, will probably need to be replaced, even though it's not at its technical end of life, whereas the boiler at Copper Mesa seems to be doing fine. And so I think there will be a report, an annual report to the board about what it looks like our needs are, but it will be more accurate and it may be much more dynamic.
Okay, I don't want to go in the weeds, but I'm assuming this, of course, will take in consideration insurance, right? If something's past its lifespan and it leaks, is it still covered by insurance, the damage that's done, like we were talking about, but, okay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you listen to the people who are going to use it, I mean, literally we're putting QR codes on all the major systems so that when we have to go repair it, we can click on it, we can look at what's needing the most use. It will be much more efficient. I think we will get a better idea of what our needs are. I fear what the overall numbers look like. And I think that's what will come back to the board.
The system itself, the way that Shane explained it, will also have functions within it to make it easy to collate. The LRPC isn't doing any much legwork other than picking the areas that they are defining whatever chart they want to create. It's a very much more modern. Shane did compare School Dude to FMX, and the differences are stark in the output and the interactivity of it. So it'll be quite a sea change, I think.
Okay. I think it's also helpful when you meet with your committees to see when that presentation makes sense to come back to the board so that we can get that on the planning calendars as well for each of the committees. So, okay. Mill and Bond Oversight Committee. You're also a liaison, right? Okay, so 2 liaisons. Director Thompson.
So for some considerations with the language here. So for example, the mill levy override phrase, when you guys hear monitor the progress of the improvements and programs being implemented, how are you all interpreting what that's asking?
Good question. Yeah. Director Geiger.
And I recall a couple of discussions about this in the past. The philosophy was general. The last MLO was going all to staff salaries. So they basically looked at the staff and teacher salary schedules and went, check mark. Given that the new MLO, if we decide to put it on, and if it passes, will have a much broader sense. I think leaving this in there is to give the MBOC the duty to report back to us about this is where that money's going. I mean, the 4% raise, pretty straightforward. The rest of it, much less so. And I think it's very important that we leave some sort of language like this in for MBOC. That's what's consistent with what we're putting on the ballot if we chose to.
Yeah, I think I'm struggling with it just being kind of leans towards like expecting some sort of like outcome information, which is not, it's more of a checks and balances on the money's being spent on X thing. So my recommendation is that we're just a little bit more clear in the language, that it's looking at, if we say, teachers are gonna get 4% raise, that they're looking and seeing it's a 4% raise. That if it's music's gonna get implemented, if another MLO were to pass, then they would be looking not at the quality of the programming, they're looking at how many schools got music, what was the Yes.
Much more objective measures.
Yeah.
They don't play a role in whether or not we're teaching music well.
Mm.
They play a role in, are we teaching music?
Are we offering it?
And I mean, we see more details from the last MLO when it comes to like safety and security. So that's, I mean, what's presented is accurate, but I feel like we should be more clear in our language, especially with more complicated stuff coming down the line. And then the other thing is, do we want to include language like ensure MLO expenditures are in alignment with ballot language approved by voters and MLO plan? Do we want that to be monitored in their process? And then speaking to like the bond, ensure investments and expenditures are in alignment with ballot language approved by voters. Do we want to end at ballot language, or are we saying, we pass a resolution, right? There's a resolution currently that we passed that's not necessarily reflected here. Does that matter? Do we need it reflected in our priorities? Is a resolution enough? Just some considerations.
Can you give an example of how it could be reflected?
Well, that one talks about, the resolution talks alignment with the bond plan. And then it also gives specifics about when MBOC would look at changes. So like, for example, we saw change orders tonight that wouldn't qualify as part of like the procedures that have been developed by MBOC and staff, but like there are other examples where it would go to MBOC first. So do we want to be explicit in this, or is it enough just to say ballot language? Just curious your opinions.
So the recommendation could be monitor 2024 bond and ensure investments and expenditures are in alignment with ballot language and board resolutions approved. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what you're asking, whether the board resolution should also be part of.
Do you want it explicit or not?
The resolution.
Our committees are very literal about whatever guidance we've given. So like they'll have this out, they'll have their bylaws out, they'll have that resolution is out in meetings. Like exactly how we write it matters. So that's why I bring it up.
I think a resolution would be captured. No, you're right.
Is there a question or no? Question? Superintendent Kane?
Sorry, I had a comment. I asked Director Geiger about it because I couldn't get your attention. It was a comment from way back, but my recommendation would be that you specify which MLO. Instead of just recent, I would say potential 2026 or whatever, which MLO you're asking them about.
Okay. I think the board would be happy if you want to redline some suggested language.
Okay. And I know we're moving on to SAG, but just to put in everyone's heads, thinking through like when our committees report back to the board, do we really want to hear some sort of annual something from each committee in a format? I would say in a format, unless we have a preference that we want to talk about, but in a format that maybe they would feel like, we hear from LRPC and it's paired with the master capital plan. We know we're going to see a presentation from MBOC. What do we want? An annual presentation from DAC and like their accomplishments? Or is it enough that the UIP is like their big?
Yeah, no, I was envisioning every committee would have an opportunity to present to the board. So that's where, when you're talking to your committees, if you could identify maybe what a good time of year might be, I think it's really important to hear from all of them.
So maybe there's a generic thing we add to each charge or to each committee saying some sort of report back to the board on their work.
Okay. All right, moving on to SAG. Were you guys impressed with the student giving the update at the retreat around their goals and everything? They've been working really hard to ensure that they get representation from all the schools. They opened up the application at the end of last year. They already have 60 applications going into it right now and pushing it out because they allowed people at the end of the year to apply for the upcoming year. So that was just a quick aside about the SAG, but I think just their subgroup topics have been updated slightly, and I don't have it in front of me, but there are 6 subgroups. They felt like they needed more than 4, given the larger numbers that they're anticipating this year. But I think other than the subgroup topics being updated, it's still pretty consistent to what we have on here. Does anyone have other edits or suggestions? And this one would look different than the annual report because we do have those roundtable conversations with them that are scheduled. So, okay, I know that took a little while. Each of our liaisons will work together to redline their priorities so that they can work with their leadership for the committees and have those back in time for our next board meeting for approval. Sound good? All right, moving forward. We are moving on to item 10.6, the CASB resolution update. This is regarding the proposed, the resolution that will go in front of CASB on modernization of the Colorado's Charter School Authorization Framework, and Director Geiger is going to speak to this topic.
Thank you. Since the resolution was adopted in June, we've done a great deal of outreach to discuss this. Met with the superintendent, the governmental affairs liaison. We've talked to 2 different legislatures. We've talked to a governmental affairs expert and from another district who does a lot of work with CASB. We've also talked to, we also submitted the original resolution, which you will note was much longer than this, to the Legislative Resolutions Committee of CASB. The way the process works is you submit resolutions. They are then processed by the Legislative Resolutions Committee. They do not make a final or even a decision about any of those, except whether or not to forward them. It requires a unanimous support to forward one with approval. This one was not forwarded with approval. Most are not. The number one feedback we got from almost all of the people that we talked to was that it was too long, that it was difficult to understand. It is a very different format than generally is used in CASB, or at least our original one was. And so this has been a learning process for myself and others. There is, I think, generally support for some recalibration of the relationship of local boards to in how they review or how they are allowed to review charter school applications for expansion or new charter schools. And I think this will be forwarded to CASB delegate meeting, which is September 11 and 12. Director Meek and I will be attending that. At that point, the entire CASB delegates will consider whether or not to adopt this as a priority or as a legislative priority for the entire organization. What you have before you is a revised resolution, which is intended to make this shorter and clearer, and perhaps resolve some, but not all, of the concerns that were expressed by some of the charter people. I think that this is a more clear version of it. What I would ask, given that you've adopted a resolution substantially like that, is that you look at this, give me any other feedback, and then give authority to Director Meek and I to, when we get to CASB, to work on language negotiation with other members of CASB and other delegates. If you have any questions about what we heard, we've talked to other CASB members. People were very generous in giving us feedback on this. We've also consulted with another, like I said, with a couple legislators who've given us feedback on this, and I've got some more feedback scheduled. The other goal is to hopefully we can get our charter school outreach committee or outreach done before we go in September, so that I will have more feedback from our charter school community as well.
So hopefully you're looking at the proposed update to CASB resolution document, right? Which is what Director Geyer is speaking to. So the way the delegate assembly works, I think Director Thompson, you've been there, right, as a delegate in the past? Okay. So basically, just as a reminder for everyone, every district has a delegate, and they debate topics and they make amendments and they revise things, and people are kind of voting live. And what is approved at the delegate assembly then is part of CASB's legislative platform that they're using for the year. So that's kind of a little more background on this. I think what I'm hearing is Director Geyer is asking, Director Geyer is our delegate who will be there, and do you all have any additional feedback, questions, comments for him? Director Callahan and then Director Densler.
I think my concerns are, I think, both from a process standpoint and from a substantive perspective. I think from a process standpoint, for a resolution like this to come from Douglas County, where 24% of our kids go to a charter school, yet our charter school community wasn't engaged in a resolution that's going to directly impact people's ability to make choices about their kids' education, is problematic. I think that the other thing that concerns me about this resolution is that it is an effort to give more power to school boards, which, when it comes to public education, before 1992 held a monopoly on public education. And it was only after charter schools became a possibility for young people and their families that more choice and autonomy was given to students and families. And what I feel like this does is it's a power grab from school boards to take power away from young people and their families and put it with us. And I don't think that's a good move. The language in this resolution is so broad that it allows school boards to reject charter schools without data. They can pick from a variety of phrases in the resolution to say that we're going to reject this charter school for any number of reasons that don't require data to back up that position. And so it will allow districts that have, and this is not true here in Douglas County, but it will allow districts that have failed young people for over a decade to reject any kind of alternative for those young people by simply picking any number of phrases in the resolution and not backing it up with any kind of data because the language in here is so broad. So I think that will diminish the choices for young people that are that have been failed by the public education system for far too long. And then I just want to reiterate that the process around here to go to the charter school community and say, we've already passed this, but do you have any feedback, feels disingenuous.
Thank you, Director Callahan, Director Densler, and then Director Parker.
Yeah, I don't know if it's appropriate to engage in a bit of a dialogue, but I do have some questions for Director Callahan in sort of the spirit of, again, friendly dialogue. I'm curious to know which specific provisions of this proposed pseudo-resolution endanger our current schools. I want to be sensitive to that argument. I'm just a little bit confused about that.
And I'm going to pause just for 1 second. Mr. Blair, could you put the other proposed update to CASB resolution on the screen? Because that's what we're going to be discussing. And I'm back to you, Director Callahan.
So for choice to be, for there to be school choice, there has to be options. And what this resolution does is allows school boards to limit options for reasons that are not backed up with data.
Can you give me a specific example of what is in this proposed sort of pseudo resolution that has not gone through everything that it would go through in order to get to the legislature floor? What specifically in this endangers our current schools? You said that this is endangering our current schools.
I think it endangers the idea of choice by eliminating the options for people to choose from.
For our current schools.
By everything in
It's the second paragraph, right?
In the middle, the second paragraph of the resolution statement. So school boards could choose from any of those, from that list, to say that because, you know, pick the phrase, we don't feel like we should authorize X school because of any of those reasons, without having to provide evidence, because the language is so broad.
So help me out. What specifically are you worried about in that paragraph for our currently authorized charter schools? That's where I'm getting tripped up.
Well, while I don't necessarily agree that this is a power grab or anything like that, but I do want to say that I agree it is overbroad. It's also, as I understand it, this is not legislation, this is not a policy, this is a legislative platform that CASB would take that could ostensibly turn into legislation at a later date. But I get the point that Director Callahan is making, that saying when evaluating these new applications, replications and expansions, those are current schools, you can then take into account enrollment trends and related fiscal sustainability. Those two on their own are incredibly broad. Just
current schools?
Current schools are also included in replications and renewals. Those can be, and expansions. I guess renewals is not included in there, but expansions and replications can affect current schools' attempts to change how they are reaching children.
Help me understand how being able to consider some of these things. I think you understand where I'm struggling. I'm struggling with the idea that we are telling our current schools, I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit with that. I think that this is a draft of a draft of a draft. I hear Director Callahan's argument about paternalism. I think that I guess my response to his argument around we're telling districts that may have failed students that they cannot engage with charter schools or the charter process. I think that's a paternalistic argument. I don't quite find that as compelling. I have more questions around how our current schools would be in some way.
I think this benefits our current schools, and it stops new schools that may have a new idea about education, that change the landscape that we've seen been integrated into the current schools that we have. You know, this idea that charters bring to the table is a testing of new approaches.
And we can't allow that if we verify letters?
That isn't the problem. That's the third paragraph. The problem is the second paragraph.
Right.
Okay,
So help me
Director-
understand. Right.
Hold on, everyone. Director Parker's been waiting very patiently.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay.
I think this is fine, because I don't also understand how verifying through third-party letters and being more diligent on being able to consider how new schools impact the district, how that can hurt anybody, right? We're not saying we're not going to approve any charter schools. We're saying that we are legally allowed to consider other options that we currently aren't considering. And I guess if, Director Callahan, you're saying if there was a corrupt board or something along those lines, that we could deny all charter applications and students would lose choice. And so this is all, your argument is based on if we have a corrupt board.
No, I don't think I think boards tend to try to protect their own interest, right? So I think corruption is a really strong word. I think there are boards that have for years and years and years prevented options from entering the district because they're afraid that those schools will take away dollars from the district. Yet the district continues to fail the young people they're serving. And so this language gives them the ability to pick from any number of these phrases to say, we're going to continue to not allow these young people to have options in their education.
So directors, we're at time.
I motion to add 10 minutes.
So we don't do 10, 10, 10.
Okay.
I mean, be realistic. Motion to extend our discussion by how long? Director Parker?
Me?
You made the motion.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. 30? No. 20? I don't know. You said be realistic. I don't know. 20?
All right, we can extend by 20 minutes. We don't have to use the 20 minutes.
I said 10 and you said be realistic.
So I just felt like we went through 10 minutes last time. So are you comfortable with 20 minutes? So Director Parker has moved to extend by 20 minutes. Is there a second? And it's been seconded by Director Geiger. I'll call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson.
Aye.
All right, so we will extend by 20 minutes. And
I had a follow-up just to Director Callahan's statement. Just a question, clarifying.
yes, and then I'm going to have Director Thompson, who's been waiting.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Director Callahan, are you talking about Douglas County when you say that students, because we're talking about Douglas County and you're a Douglas County board director, and so when you are bringing up all of these concerns, are you talking about Douglas County or are you talking about different areas in Colorado?
So I think part of the argument is relevant for Douglas County, and I think part of the argument is a broader view of the impact of this resolution because it would be a statewide resolution.
Director Thompson.
So I think an important point was brought up about data. And I'm wondering if instead the focus should be an ask for there to be a study about what makes a successful, like what are the parameters for successful opening, right? There's tons of years of data in the state of Colorado with charter schools opening successfully and not opening successfully, and maybe that is our first ask is, right? I mean, even when we went through the last charter application, right, there's different sources of authority that gave very different numbers about, you know, like enrollment numbers or like interest letters, et cetera. And so I'm just wondering if that's really our ask, is that as a state we're looking at what those trends look like for a successful opening of a school, because I feel like our goal here is we want choice, but we don't want choice for some parents to override the ability for other parents who choose neighborhood schools, ability to have a healthy, thriving neighborhood school. And that's really, but we have to balance, right, the two realities. So just
so I think I haven't had a chance to talk yet. So I'm gonna say, you know, I was excited about this concept because I think there are updates that need to be made. I think it's about ensuring how do we balance all parents' choices, and it feels like it's a little out of whack right now with neighborhood school consolidations that happen when we're not able to consider those parents' choices either. And so I wonder about the study. I think what's a little challenging with studies is that takes money and the state has to invest in that. And with the state budget shortfalls, they've kind of like have gone back on studies, but I could see the benefit of a study. I think the other thing I would just say is a resolution isn't legislation. A resolution is asking for legislators to consider concepts, and it becomes a negotiation, and it's worked on throughout the legislative session. And in reality, usually it takes several legislative sessions to get anything passed. So I think it's probably written broadly on purpose. It sounds like I'm hearing a lot of I don't know if I'm saying that right. It feels like people feel more comfortable with requiring independent third-party verification of enrollment. Like I haven't seen or heard pushback on that concept, but it's the second paragraph, and at what level should the local board have additional authority or ability to make decisions. That's kind of what I've heard so far, but I know Director Geiger's waiting to speak again.
The idea in '93 with the Charter School Act was, of course, to provide more choice. But the underlying idea remains, and this is where Director Callahan and I have a philosophical difference, is that there needs to be a hostility between board members, between school boards, elected school boards, people here who are to support the entire elected, the entirety of the district, and that there has to be some inherent conflict with charter schools. The reason that Douglas County is thinking about this is because we believe we are an example of how best to do this. I would remind everybody that any board that acted pretextually and used one of these without being able to provide support for this would be overturned by the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education has been quite clear that when certain districts come up then with pretexts for rejecting choice, that they will overrule it. The other option is that any school that is turned down by a district can ask to be released and go to CSI. And if the release isn't granted, that is appealable as well. And the Charter School Institute has proven that they are a large, red, unquestioning rubber stamp for every charter school that comes in front of them. So choice is going to be maintained. I think, and this is again, Director Callahan and I can respect each other and disagree, that this is a time for us to start to recalibrate the idea that when a charter school comes into a district, it inherently changes that district, hopefully for good. But when a charter school comes in and isn't starting the right way, or is coming into an area with declining enrollment that may result, for example, in the closing of a neighborhood school, that doesn't promote choice, that ruins choice. And that the people who are best to make some of those decisions are, again, the elected board members. I don't support, nobody on this board, nobody in this district supports pretextual denial of charter schools. When we have had charter schools come in and talk to us about it, we work deeply with those districts, and every district should. But the idea that, to me, underlie the Charter School Act of this hostility between boards and charter schools, I think needs recalibrated 30 years later. Because I think there is room in an era of declining enrollment, in an era of declining funding, that the elected board has some role in deciding this is the wrong school in this place at this time, given everything that's going on. And again, I don't expect to convince Director Callahan, but I do believe that there is support in CASB to look at this. Again, this is not legislation. We can't force legislation. But I think there is room to talk about it. I want charter school feedback. I don't intend to be disingenuous about asking for that feedback. It's been out there. I've been waiting for that feedback to come. I will ask for it some more. But I think that this is a discussion that should be had among school boards.
Director Thompson and then Director Ryan. I'll be quick.
You know, when I read this demonstrated community need, from the perspective that I'm hearing from Director Callahan, is that, you know, that could be used as an excuse when, you know, a charter would provide a better educational opportunity for that area or community or neighborhood, and that we want to make sure that we're not inadvertently promoting something that could cause damage like that. But I think the ask is actually that we can consider community need and balance that with their demonstrated demand, right? I think that's part of it, but it's not totally captured in the way that it's currently written. I think the benefit of this resolution is it's going to spark conversations and solutions that we're not even going to scratch the surface on. However, I also agree with Director Callahan that this feels, I feel like we need to be asking for data. And I agree it's gonna be legislation, if it were to ever get that far, that would cost money, but schools not opening successfully costs money. Poor decision-making in the whole process costs money, impacts kids and families, it impacts our communities, and we all believe strongly in local control. But I don't think that we can guess what based off our experience in this district, what the challenges are, but it's not going to be the same throughout the state. And the most responsible thing to do is start there, in my opinion.
Ryan?
My issue with, I agree with President Meek that the authorizing statute is outdated and unduly restrictive on requiring backups for information that are asked for in the application process. I agree that paragraph 3, I don't see an issue with paragraph 3. My issue with requiring or allowing a school board to make their decision based on demonstrated community need, including enrollment trends related to fiscal sustainability, everything that is contained within the second paragraph. When you are talking about a finite resource, which as far as we're talking with this resolution, with everything, students are considered a finite resource because with them comes the money for a school. There is zero instance when a charter applies to a school board, when there isn't going to be an ability to say, we are losing out on a resource that we depend on as a district to fund ourselves. To allow a district to use that argument to say that a charter school won't open allows every district to say no, always. It is not, and the reason I struggled with that portion of the charter application statute when I first read it, because it doesn't make sense. That is a natural reaction for everybody, is to go into, well, how is this going to affect neighboring schools? How is this going to affect everybody else in the district? But of course, and the other thing is, charters have demonstrated in many instances new approaches to education that have been implemented in neighborhood schools, even in this district. To say that we could always say no, which that language says, means that we would never have the innovation that we currently have at a number of our neighborhood schools, and students that are attending those schools, the families that are benefiting from that change in education would not have that opportunity. That is why I have struggles with it, and I think it is telling that the third paragraph ends when supported by specific findings, and that is not located in the second paragraph.
Yeah, Director Parker.
Just for people listening, if they are, how would this impact CSI and like nothing? And so I feel like I didn't know about the process before I was on the board, in the sense that every charter school that a board says no to, they can appeal to the state board and get, from my understanding, a lot of the time they get approved. And so I'm just, yeah, I guess so. Can someone maybe with more information than me explain why we're, like, this board has all of this power, and how we could say no to everything, and how damaging that could be, and then they could just go to the state and get approval anyways? And so I just want to educate maybe myself and
on the process itself.
Yeah, because I feel like we're talking about this thing, and I'm like, well, yeah, we can say no, but there's a totally other route. Yeah.
It results in waste. It results in having to go through the appeals process, having to expend money to do that. At every level, it's expending money and time that people could be using otherwise. And so to force every charter, which I know that boards wouldn't, but they could, force every charter to go through that process. And then every charter is CSI. The other thing is we lose the oversight that this board provides, because to Director Geiger's point, I don't know that I necessarily know that CSI is doing the level
that's fair.
of oversight that this board
But we're
does.
talking about it like we're going to deny every charter school. That's ludicrous.
So
they can.
I know they can, and then they can't. We're talking about what ifs now.
Reina's back in, so I know Director Callahan has his hand raised, Director Densler has her hand raised. Yeah, so I'll pause and not say anything. We have 4 or 5 minutes left, so keep that in mind.
I won't take all of it. The most dangerous thing to charter schools are bad charter schools. And I by no means am advocating for bad charter schools, and I believe that everyone up here is working in the best interest of kids. My problem with this is in part the process. And when you're going to come up with a resolution that is going to impact so many people and the charter school community, to not involve them on the front end is a huge mistake. And then to go to them after you've crafted it and say, hey, what do you think of this? Like, the way it should work is to work with that community and say, hey, this hasn't been looked at in 30 years. We feel like it needs a refresh. Like, here are some of our concerns. What are your concerns? And to mutually come up with a resolution where both parties are being heard, not where one board director crafts something and then tries to sell it to the community that it's going to most impact. That process is just not right.
Director Densler?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a little bit of a logical fallacy embedded in the slippery slope argument that like we're all of a sudden going to deny every charter school just because we can. I think that doesn't take into account the fact that like you have geographical needs that you might not be able to fill with a neighborhood school because of funding constraints or any sort of thing that maybe we would, as board directors, be like, thank God there's a charter school that wants to open in XYZ neighborhood. I also just think that we're getting a little over our skis when it comes to this process argument, which I definitely can empathize with, but this is essentially us bringing something to the table that we're then going to engage in more and more and more conversation around. This is by no means what would ultimately end up, like I said before, like at the Capitol should, and there's a big should, CASB decide that it was perfect as is, right? Like I think that's why you take it to CASB, unless I'm very much mistaken, is that then you do engage with the smaller districts or the districts who have a high percentage of charter schools like DPS, or you engage with these districts that might have a different perspective because we don't know everything. And I think that for me, this is a good faith effort to say, here's our idea. What do you think of it? Like, how can we make this better? And how can we involve all the stakeholders there? But if you don't bring anything to the table, it's really hard to then engage in a conversation. As far as like the current schools and like how this could, because I think that for me, that's your most compelling argument, is that this could potentially hurt our current schools. But when I look at paragraph 2, like our current schools can demonstrate a community need. Our current schools can demonstrate that they have enrollment. Our current schools can demonstrate fiscal sustainability. Our current schools can demonstrate educational quality and existing educational opportunities in their areas. I'm having trouble with that, which is for me the most compelling argument. I strongly respect your point of view and your experience, but I think this is the first step in a series of larger conversations.
I really appreciate the conversation and the passion around this topic, and I think it's kind of demonstrating the need to have conversation around this topic, and I totally get your passion around not wanting to diminish choices, and I do take exception to failed by the public education system. I mean, we're here for Douglas County. I don't think we have failed students through our choices and our neighborhood and community choices. We have amazing schools here, and this is really driven, we're bringing this idea forward to begin a conversation and to begin really important work to modernize something that was written 30 years ago. Like, we've looked at modernizing the accountability system. I mean, it's normal to go through a process like this. And I definitely believe we should engage our charter schools and bring them in and talk through the process. And ultimately, we're talking about what this board's decisions are. And they are critical to helping us understand needs and make the best decisions, but it really does fall on the board. I know Director Thompson had her hand up. Are there other directors that are still? So do we want to allow one more comment from Director Thompson and Director Callahan on this topic? Director Geiger, you have another comment? Okay. Director Thompson.
So I think, first, I just kind of want to speak to a point that Director Callahan made about engaging our charters. We will write something better with the charter perspective, I agree, because the point that bad charters hurt choice, right? Like bad practice hurts choice, and the idea is we need a way to protect against it. But I would also say that us reaching out for feedback is an effort to make this better, but not because it's obligatory, because our charters do lobby for themselves, and I've not had a charter school reach out to me as a board director, the district that's authorizing them feedback about anything that they were going to lobby for or prioritize. So there's a balance, right? Because there are separate interests. Ultimately, even though we're serving the same community, even though it's about educating our students the best way we can, there are still separate interests. And a lot of the challenges that we're frustrated with, I think, is just how enforcement works, how accountability works between neighborhood schools and charter schools, and that's allowed these areas of challenge that have popped up. So with that said, I still think that we would do better if we're thinking about understanding the problem more with our resolution and that being the charge. And then I will leave it at that.
No, Director Callahan has comments, and I think Superintendent Kane has comments.
Thank you. Actually, I just wanted to, in hopes of helping you all land, I just wanted to get some dates that you all feel you could participate in some kind of engagement if the expectation is that staff is arranging an engagement with charter school leaders and charter school boards. So while you're all sitting together, it seemed like a good idea to get some dates.
Director Callahan.
So I want to be clear. I never said that we're failing kids here in Douglas County. There are districts in this state that continue to fail kids, and they're predominantly poor kids. And this resolution would impact those communities. And so I think we have an obligation to look at how it will impact Douglas County, but also how it will impact the broader state. I would like to make a motion to table this resolution until we are able to engage the charter school community in a process that brings their voice into this resolution.
Is there a second? Director Thompson, you seconded? Okay, so there's been a motion to table this resolution until we're able to speak to the Douglas County charter leaders. Is that accurate? Moved by Director Callahan, seconded by Director Thompson. All right, it's open for discussion.
I have a question. What will delaying it do on the CASB side?
September 11th is our deadline. That's the short version of it.
Yeah.
This is a filibuster to push it over till next year. Let's just be clear about where we're at.
Okay.
Okay.
So we could change this, and I mean, this isn't what we're trying to do. This is ever evolving, but this is what we're bringing to the table as a possible first draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a possible first draft for CASB to look at, but September 11 and 12 is the delegate assembly. That is the one shot this year.
And we don't have another board meeting in time to make a decision after it's tabled.
But in effect, if we didn't do that, we'd bring a resolution about charter schools without their input.
I wouldn't say.
I think the timeline was we were engaging them before the 11th so they could share feedback. And again, the original motion that passed on June 9th was to begin the stakeholdering and talking with the various individuals with the idea that the resolution would evolve. And tonight you see an evolution from what was there on June 9th. So again, it would continue to evolve.
But we have to make, I mean, I think as it's currently sits, you're asking us to pass something that is going to evolve, and we don't like, personally, find the language problematic. So that's not very comforting. And we have no, and we have no guarantee that the charter school community is going to be engaged in a meaningful way, and that this is going to evolve based on their feedback.
Director Parker?
Yeah. I hear Director Callahan saying this impacts charter schools, this impacts charter schools, this impacts charter schools. This impacts all schools, this impacts all students. And so, yes, we do want charter input, and we are, I think, going to schedule charter input, and this is a consistently evolving document. But just because we don't have a lot of information from every demographic, this was on our June 29th, and I haven't received a single email, and there wasn't a single public comment about this. And so it's not like we just brought this up today, and then we're trying to get it in for September 11th. We brought it up in June. And so if the charter school, like, I don't know, we have given the community an opportunity to say something.
Other directors? Director Thompson?
So after, just clarity purposes for everyone else, at the meeting, there can be live revisions, and that can also be us providing live revisions to our own resolution. That's something that happened, actually, I think it was, I want to say it was Thompson School District last year, where whatever they submitted, they ended up providing their own revisions after further discussion as a board to what was voted on. So just wanted to bring that up.
Superintendent Kane?
So I just want to go back to dates.
Yeah, so thank you. And Director Geyer and I did talk to Superintendent Kane, and I thought we had a few dates that the staff was checking on. Do you have updates on that?
Yes, we were checking on the fifth week of the month, because typically charter schools won't have board meetings on the fifth week of the month, but unfortunately there's no availability of Lininger Hall on those dates. I do have the dates that it is available if you guys would like to talk through those dates.
I think we have to resolve the pending motion first, if it makes sense.
I just wonder if the dates would demonstrate that there is an opportunity to meet with the charters.
Fair.
Before September 11th. So maybe if you could share the dates, that would be helpful in our deliberations.
Sure. August 31st, September 1st, September 2nd are the first three, and if none of those work, we have 9/21, 9/28, and 10/26.
So it appears there are several date options that are in early September or the end of August that would allow that engagement to happen. So we do have the motion on the table to table the resolution until we meet with the charter leaders. I guess I'm wondering if we met with the charter leaders, say on August 31st, then the motion is dead still, right? I mean, I'm just trying to think through what that means.
I mean, let's be straightforward about what we've got here. We don't have another meeting between now and September 11th. The motion to table kills it for this year. We don't have this discussion. We don't initiate this discussion. We don't try to have any discussion with CASB in 2026. That's clear. I mean, let's vote on that, okay? I mean,
But the delegate assembly is September 11th and 12th, or 12th.
And we would meet with the charter schools on August 31st, which is after the August 25th meeting. If we meet on August 35th, I don't know, but any meeting is after our August 25th meeting.
I mean, it seems like it's much better to take more time, get more feedback, create a better product than to rush and push forward something that doesn't have the input of a key constituency that it's going to impact.
I don't believe that this is going to impact, like, charter schools. Like, I see how on the surface, but this is a policy, we're talking about all students in Colorado, not just charter schools. And so we can't say that this is only impacting charter students. They're public schools.
Right.
So, okay, I'll recognize people to speak. And unfortunately, I think we're probably at the point where we need to vote. So are there any questions on the resolution before I call the vote? Director Densler.
Can you restate it?
Yeah. So in essence, what the motion is to table the resolution until the board is able to meet with the charter leaders. And as Director Geiger pointed out, basically that will make it ineligible for this year to go through the CASB process. Just to clarify that that's what that is doing. Any further questions on it? Okay, I will call Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
No.
Director Geiger.
no.
Director Meek. No. Director Parker.
No.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
So it fails 3-4. Did I say that right?
4-3, but yeah.
43. All right. Okay. Let's move on to our board annual planning calendar. Oh,
No.
the date.
The date.
The date.
Problems with litigation.
There also needs to be a vote on the proposed
Sorry.
update, doesn't there?
I don't know if I'm right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So there, we haven't looked at any other options because you will have in theory, you should have a really, really big group. So Leninger Hall would be the most appropriate place. And I also, yeah, that's it. So you have the list of dates that I gave you, and if you want to do some of those, that's fine. Just let us know and we'll arrange it.
So just to be clear, August 31st, we don't have legacy, but we do for September 1st and 2nd?
That is correct. No, I'm so sorry. We do have legacy August 31st, September 1st, and September 2nd. And then I have more dates if you need to go beyond that.
Okay. So directors, availability on Monday, August 31st? What time is the recommended time? 6?
Probably 6. Whenever we do your community connections, is that typically at 6?
Probably 6.
And we'll do pizza.
All right. All right, raise your hand if you're available on August 31st at 6 o'clock. Let's see.
And could you just, sorry,
That's fine.
what's this?
This is to engage charter leaders. Staff's been working on organizing this date for us. So I think I saw 4 hands for August 31st. Okay, and then what about September 1st? Are you just 7:30 on any night?
7:30 on every night.
7:30 too late, probably? Yeah. All right, I think I saw most of us were available on the 31st, so why don't we go with the 31st? I think the Monday night's probably easier.
Thank you, we will arrange it. And then, just to clarify, if there's like an overwhelming consensus of feedback at August 31st, is Director Geiger or both you and Director Geiger able to potentially make an edit before this goes to CASB on the 11th? Like, we saw like revisions between the last board meeting and this board meeting?
The resolution was voted on in June. I've received nothing from any directors about amendments. The revised one was posted on Friday. Again, I received nothing about amendments. But I am always willing to consider amendments. I'm always willing to consider discussions. If the charter school community has substantial updates, I am always willing to consider that as well. This idea that I am somehow trying to enable people to kill charters is not the purpose of this. I'm trying to start a discussion. And so if I had gotten any requests for revisions coming up into today, I would have considered them. I will continue to consider those. And if it turns out that there is a strong consensus that we should not do that this year, then I think this board can convey that and we can address it at that point. I'm trying to have an open discussion here. That's why I started 2 months ago.
Okay, directors, we are moving on to our item.
Do we have to go?
No, we're good. The board annual planning calendar with the monitoring cycle. So what's on the screen, thank you, is our planning calendar. As you all know, it's very full, mapped out for the whole year, but changes happen because things come up that we need to address and deal with. It's before us again tonight because we updated those executive limitations, and so that calendar for when we do monitoring is now updated on this calendar. And so we wanted to put that out in front of everyone and make sure that you all see the updates. We are gonna vote on the monitoring schedule that's posted on the agenda. And so before we vote on that, I do wanna highlight, we don't have a meeting, a special meeting on here or a schedule to talk about the executive session with a labor attorney. If you remember on June 9th, we talked about scheduling time with a labor attorney to understand survey questions that would go out to our staff, as well as talking through any legal issues around potential CBA. So we need to figure out how to fit that into a very busy schedule. We, again, need to find time or move other items around. My recommendation is that we schedule a special meeting. I talked with our external legal counsel who suggested a couple of hours when it's not at the end of a meeting, so we're fresh and we're able to really talk through all of those legal questions. She has availability next week on Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday, which would be the only times before our next regular meeting on the 25th, or we need to push it out later. And I will entertain that question right now with what your recommendations are or what your thoughts are.
Monday the 17th from 7 to 9 would work for me virtually.
Monday the 17th from 7 to 9.
Virtually.
That works for me.
I saw yes for Director Ryan. Director Thompson, works for you. Densler, oh my gosh. Director Callahan and Geiger. Monday the 17th from 7 to 9. I'm sorry, August 17th.
I have an all-day hearing that day, but I will be here that evening. expect me to be particularly energetic.
I can make it work. Are we meeting with, could you talk a little bit about who exactly we're meeting with that evening?
Sure. I spoke with our external attorney, Kristen Edgar, who walked through her experience as legal counsel to the board in labor relations. She emphasized she's not a professional labor negotiator. That's a different role. She gave the name of she gave the name of Adele Reister, which maybe you all have heard, who really fills that role a little bit more, and said that might be someone that you would want to work with if you wanted someone who would do both. She gave examples of, working with other districts. I think Kristen Edgar works really closely with Jefferson County School District in their labor, representing them in labor negotiations. So
I think it's really important that I think Kristen Edgar's great, and I think it's important to have someone who has the expertise in labor negotiations, if that is what we are entertaining. As I appreciate it, there are things that we need to be aware of in crafting a potential survey that I think it's important to have that set of expertise.
So, real quick, Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, just in anticipation of this, as previously mentioned, staff had retained Jake Rubenstein, who's also worked with other school districts, but if the board would prefer to select their own attorney, that's fine too, but I just wanted to let you know that we did obtain an appropriate labor relations attorney specifically.
Thank you. Since this is really just logistics for scheduling, why don't we hold the 17th? Why don't you join on a phone call with Kristen Edgar, and we'll see if she feels like she's able to answer your questions around experience. And if you're comfortable with moving forward with her or her firm, then we'll move forward with that date. If not, we'll push it back and we'll find another date. Does that sound amenable to everybody? I mean, I agree. We want to make sure we have the right skill set to support us. And if you have questions or concerns, why don't we just have that conversation? Okay. All right. So with that, let's vote on the updated monitoring schedule. Is there a motion to approve the updated monitoring schedule?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Densler, seconded by Director Geiger, that the board approve the updated monitoring schedule. Any further discussion? Yes.
Was there any considerations by staff that we should have before voting?
I'm sorry.
Is there any, we're talking which monitoring schedule, sorry. Let's start there.
So it's an attachment for the agenda item.
Sorry, because I'm still looking at the other
10.7, I believe. Draft monitoring report calendar. There's a red line version and a clean version.
Okay.
This was just our large planning calendar that's on the screen, but the actual calendar itself is listed out.
Okay, so yes, my question still, like, were there any considerations from staff that we should think about before voting is all I'm asking about the schedule.
Superintendent Kane.
Yeah, at President Meek's request, this calendar was redlined and put together by staff. So I really appreciate that consideration, and we did so understanding that we were going to have to back everything up 6 weeks.
Okay, that's all.
Thanks. Sorry, I didn't follow you. Yes, I didn't create this. It's right.
I also want to make sure that everyone sees page 2, which has the specific dates of the meeting, but also the time period that the monitoring report recovers based on our conversation in the work session with Rose.
Okay. All right. The motion is open. Seeing no further questions or discussion, I'll call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek, aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
Right, motion passes 7-0. Last item, one of the last items, superintendent evaluation. Every year, the board has an annual summative evaluation of the superintendent. This year's evaluation looks different from past years. There was an update to the superintendent's contract to follow the policy governance framework model, so it looks different this year than past years. And it's pretty standard with looking through all of the different monitoring that happens and summarizing that and any trends. And, you know, this year I will point out that there were monitoring reports that we didn't get to or we weren't able to complete. And I think the one big aha for me was really the quality of our monitoring really impacts the quality of the feedback that we can give to our superintendent. And just for those that aren't familiar with this, you know, the superintendent's evaluation is meant to be the same as the evaluation of the organization, like the performance of the organization. So I want to thank all of you for putting in the time and effort to meet twice to get this to where it is. And Superintendent Keene, just want to acknowledge all of your hard work. And, you know, the monitoring, again, has been a big topic for us. And I think everyone is feeling like we're moving in a good direction with our monitoring and having outside support to help us do that. And I just want to open it up for any other comments before we accept the evaluation summary. Director Callahan.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of getting to meet with Superintendent Kane and President Meek last week, and we went over the evaluation. As President Meek shared, it looks different than a lot of feedback that you typically give someone. There's not anything in there about style, or it really focuses on the performance of the district. And I think outlined several times this evening that there's so much to be proud of here in Douglas County, whether we're talking about the performance of the district, or dropout or graduation rates and staff retention, and I think even the feedback that we got through the survey of around the MLO, and that 55% of the taxpayers here in Douglas County are willing to say yes, is a testament to your leadership. And I know you're quick to point back at staff and students, and rightfully so. And I think it's also important to point out that those kinds of results aren't produced without prudent and strong leadership.
Thank you. Director Ryan.
And I know this was mentioned by President Meek, but it is imperative, I think, that now that we have this new monitoring schedule, this shouldn't be an issue, but there were things that probably could have been highlighted as more strengths within this document if we didn't have incomplete reports. So I just wanted to acknowledge that could have been there had we had the information to rely on.
Thank you. Other directors? Director Thompson?
I just get nervous talking about things because I want to make sure that we respect what happens in executive session. But just thank you for your work for this past year and all your efforts with the district.
Yeah, I think everyone has said it really well. And, you know, you look at all of the achievements of the district, and that is your evaluation, right? It's the performance of the organization, and there is so much to celebrate, and thank you for your leadership. So with that, is there a motion to accept the superintendent's annual summative evaluation?
So moved.
Second.
Right, it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Ryan that the board approve the superintendent's annual summative evaluation. Any further discussion? Seeing maybe Director
I realize
Thompson?
I did have a question. As we're, you know, knowing the process that we went through to make sure that we're aligned with policy and process when we were designing this report, during the review with superintendent, if there were considerations or things that were brought up that would be helpful or inform this process in the future, is there a process for that information to get back to the rest of the board?
So I think we're gonna have quarterly meetings with the superintendent, which is really meant for the full board to be able to come together and, you know, share and provide collective feedback. But I'm not sure if there was anything from the conversation that should be shared back. It really was very straightforward, so, okay. So with that, I will call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Denzler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
And Director Thompson?
Aye.
All right, so it passes 7-0. We're at Board of Education reports. Real quickly, well, we just completed our first business meeting of the 2026-27 school year. And the new school year brings opportunities for growth and change, and I'm looking forward to this year and everything that we have ahead of us. Last week I was able to attend the new teacher kickoff, which was so inspirational and amazing, and if you haven't had a chance to watch the recording of it, I highly recommend it. I thought it was exceptional. I know tomorrow we're joining cabinet members as we break into teams to visit schools for the first day, and that's so much fun for those of you that maybe haven't had that experience yet. Our SAG student leaders have been working hard to organize their activities for the upcoming year that I mentioned. There's many ribbon cuttings that Superintendent Kane went through that whole list early on in the meeting, so we're going to be pretty busy. And finally, the agenda planning meeting for our next August 25th meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 13th at 10:30. As always, the meeting is open to not only all of us, but it's available to the public as well if they want to join in person or virtually. And that's it for me for board president updates. And I will start with whoever raises their hand first. Director Denzler.
Sorry, I don't know why I raised my hand first. It was like a reflex. But most recently, I was selected to be a part of the National School Board Association's 2026 Policy Leadership Cohort in the teacher retention track specifically. So I'm really looking forward to working alongside board members from really across the country to explore how board level policies can support the ongoing recruitment and retention of teachers, which is obviously something I care very deeply about. But more importantly, on July 22nd, I was able to attend the Colorado American Indian Education Convening, which was hosted by the Denver Public Schools Native American Culture and Education, Jefferson County Public Schools, Peoples of the Sacred Land, Adams 12 Schools, and the Indigenous Parent Action Committee from Cherry Creek. It was incredibly eye-opening to be one of the only non-Native educators in the room to hear firsthand about the experiences of Native students, educators, families, and stakeholders across the state and actually across the country. Dave Archambault Sr., who's an elder from Standing Rock, drove 10 hours each way to give the keynote address. And I have to admit, there was a lot of things that I didn't know. There were a lot of things that were really hard to hear. There were a lot of things that really moved me. I was moved by how many Native individuals were there who had little to no direct relationship with like capital E education. They weren't like classroom teachers or anything, but they were there because of how tremendously proud they are of their community and how much they care about their children, their grandchildren, their nation's children, and their success in schools. It was really hard to hear about the mental health crisis among Native children, or the reasons why there are no reservations on the Front Range, or the fact that something that I think of as a historic event at Sand Creek is viscerally felt today by students in our community and in our classrooms. I really didn't know before how meaningful things like beating graduation caps or smudging or being offered a feather by a family member is to our Native students at graduation. I didn't know that there is actually an American Indian cultural embassy being built in Denver. I may have known but not really understood how endangered Native languages are and how hard it is to preserve them given teacher licensing requirements and the limitations of the praxis exams. I didn't know that you do not interrupt an elder while they speak, no matter the depth and detail of their anecdote. Our district reported that we had 239 Native students last year, which is by far our smallest ethnic group. That number might fluctuate based on how they're classified. But I feel so fortunate to have had that experience, their experience elevated in such a humbling, thorough, and insightful way. I strongly encourage other board members and district personnel to attend any future events, and I've encouraged the organizers to present at CASB this year. Many, many thanks to our district Native families who reached out to me with an invite and who look forward to increasing their collaboration with the district's culture and language team.
Thank you. Director Geiger.
Since last we talked, I've attended not one but two foundation meetings. On the meeting on June 25th, we talked about the Drive for the Dream Golf Classic, which raised $119,000 for the foundation. A big discussion both in June and July has been the Education Freedom Tax Credits, which was passed in the big beautiful bill, which allowed people to donate up to $1,700 each to a designated scholarship granting organization and get a straight across tax deduction from it. There's a lot of discussion going on among districts and among foundations about how they're going to try to participate in this, whether they're going to be scholarship granting organizations or be involved with other scholarship granting organizations. The district is looking into what they can do. Denver, I know, is looking into doing it as a district. The foundation is looking at either doing it as an individual foundation or grouping with other foundations to do it. Part of the problem is that the deadline for applying is October, but the state and the feds have not yet given us any of the standards for what it takes to be a scholarship organization. If you want to know why October is the drop dead date for the state, ask when the governor's election is. The foundation continues to discuss this. Ashley Summers is having intensive conversations. Mr. Colella, I know, is also involved in some of those discussions. So when we know more, you will know more.
It's on our September 15th agenda, just FYI.
There are 3 new directors on the foundation. One is Shelley Becker, who I know many of you know. She's been involved with the district for a number of years, knows education finance. Michael Hupf, who is an attorney, who hopefully will bring some more of the legal mindset, and a gentleman I think I've met, Mr. John Kane, who works for Lockheed Martin, has been very involved with the district, both personally and through his wife, Erin. The July meeting was brief. We met the new directors, talked about the Perseverance Golf Tournament. I also had an opportunity through the foundation with Director Ryan to go to the Lend a Hand, the Strive to Thrive event, where everybody should go to the Strive to Thrive event. Our part from the foundation was handing out filled backpacks to students who had, parents, families who had signed up in advance and some who had not. And there were kindergarten backpacks, elementary, middle school, and high school backpacks. Watching a kid be able to pick the backpack they want and be able to walk out of there with the supplies they need. We don't do checking on whether or not they meet any criteria. We're just there to provide backpacks. And kindergartners have strong opinions about what backpack they want to take to school, as do high schoolers. It was a lot of fun. I think we handed out 400 and some that day. I think they were aiming to hand out 750 over 3 events. And the Strive to Thrive, we are only a tiny part of that. That is a number of different agencies that are there to provide assistance for mostly our low-income and struggling families. So that was overwhelming and exciting, and a lot of our students were there getting their volunteer hours in. So those were the high points of my time. Since last we discussed that, that's all I've got.
Great, thank you. Director Callahan?
I want to lift up the ribbon cutting that several of us just came from. I think that it is the Legacy Phase 2 is such a testament to the previous board and people coming together from different ideological perspectives and doing something profound for kids. And so I found that to be in that presence, I think it was just a great example of what good can come when people from different perspectives can come together and do something really great for kids, and it was just really special to witness.
Thank you for that. Director Parker?
Yeah, I'm going to take my time and talk about board communication that we've had. And so this is communication from June 9th to August 10th. The first subject is labor and collective bargaining. We had 8 communications. Feedback in this period focused heavily on caution, fiscal analysis, and survey verification regarding the potential collective bargaining agreement. And so we had 1 community email about opposing union DCF representation, 2 about fiscal and policy concerns, 1 about process and recommendations, and 4 about survey requirements. The second category is individual and personal concerns. We had 19 emails about ongoing personal, family, general concerns that the district is addressing that is not necessarily related to the board, but we got copied on them. Third subject is districts, facilities, funding, and governance. We had 5 emails there. Faculty expansion and purchase. 1 person talked about that, was support in purchasing the new building. Funding and mill levy override. 1 person was opposed to that. And then district updates and governance supports. 1 community offered to help the upcoming board. And then 1 community update, well, sorry, I do want to read it because it's important, but was submitted, and 1 parent submitted policy change suggestions. I think I have 2 more categories. The 4th category is academic programs, special education, and accountability. There were 5 emails regarding this, and they were about STEM and homeschool enrichment, special education rights, and military pathways. And then the 5th is community events and invitations. We had 4 emails. And invitations received, like going to the Douglas County Fair and Rodeo and things like that. So that is the emails we got over the summer.
Thank you. Director Ryan?
Director Geiger stole my thunder a little bit on the Strive to Thrive. There were 2 meetings with the LRPC. 1 was virtual to talk prior to the new survey results, and the second one happened earlier this month. I did send director updates on that. I think the biggest thing besides the FMX presentation, which I do agree should come before the board just so everybody can see the cool new tool. They also talked about the MLO post the results, and there was a consensus of support among most of the members. There were a couple of community members that expressed some concerns that were raised by all of us in asking questions today. So hopefully those answers were helpful to those members of LRPC. Strive to Thrive was amazing, and I echo, if you have a chance to go to one of their events, do it. It is great to see that connection with the community. And then I also was at the ribbon cutting today. I'm sure, given my experience with Dr. Kaur, he would love to give tours and use his theater degree, much like I did.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Thompson.
Thanks. So MBOC met to do some tours of our construction sites. It was in the middle of the workday. I attempted to show to one of the sites, but I was a few minutes late. They were already in. It's hard hat zones, and so I didn't think, although I did find access into the building, I didn't want to wander around and cause problems. So I ended up, before I got to connect with anybody, I had left. But I did hear feedback. I know that the tours and those updates are kind of the highlight of the committee. And so, so there's that. And then I know we've all received some updates on construction just recently. And then, I'm sorry, just real quick to speak to the update from Director Denzler and a consideration for the Community Connections Plan. We had talked at the retreat about faith groups, and maybe we expand that to faith and culture and be intentional in response to your call to action. And so thank you for that story. I really enjoyed listening to what you got out of it. And then I just want to say tomorrow is the first day of school. My kids are mixed in feelings. They're excited about seeing their friends, but also sad that they're not going to have time on their VR. And I'm looking forward to kickstarting the new year. I get to do tours tomorrow with Mr. Windsor, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Great, thank you all. Seeing that there's no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Callahan and seconded by Director Geiger that the board adjourn. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Denzler. Aye. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek. Aye. Parker.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
And Thompson.
Aye.
All right, passes 7-0, and the meeting is adjourned.